When you get older, plainer, saner, when you remember all the danger we came from, burning like embers, falling tender, longing for the days of no surrender years ago. And will you know, so smoke 'em if you got 'em, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. I'll never get to heaven 'cause I don't know how. Let's raise our glass up to all the things I've lost on you. Oh, tell me I've been lost on you. Oh, just as you could cut me loose. Oh, everything I've lost on you is that lost on you. Is that lost on you? Baby, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Wish that I could see the machinations of the centroid of expectations in your mind. Hold me like you never lost your patience. Tell me that you love me more than hate me all the time. And you're still mine. So smoke 'em if you got 'em, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. Let's take a drink of heaven, this can turn around. Let's raise our glass up to all the things I've lost on you. Oh, tell me I've been lost on you. Oh,
That was Lost on You by LP. Greetings everybody. Thank you very much for watching. This is the last video I make for the foreseeable future. I'm not closing my channel down. I'm leaving the videos up. But no more. Thank you very much for your time, but no thanks. It's over. The flat earth is over. I urge every single one of you, like John Irving urged all the free men on the land to stop. I am urging all of you flat earthers watching this to stop talking about flat earth. Why? So you can wait and have other people tell you, hey, you know the earth is flat. Okay? This is going to be a different kind of video today. I'm going to cover a whole variety of things. I don't know how long it's going to go on for. Let me check how many people are watching. Wherever the watch page is. I'm going to have a couple of words for some people, like Taboo Conspiracy. Greetings everybody in the chat. I see everybody there. Thanks for hanging out, guys. So let's get on with this, and it's going to be fun. This is going to be a fun one, okay? So let me see. I'm going to minimize this. First, let me just say hi to some of the people who are watching live. Peter's Projections, P. Murray Level Earth, hey. The Chinese person, thank you. Or Vietnamese, I think it's Chinese. Bosak TBC, Crown Jewels, hey. Chuck the Canuck, Tinfoil Hatter, Hugo Perez. Ha! Hugo Perez. It's a very silly globing, but hey. Not because somebody is a globing are they immediately your enemy, okay? They were made by the same creator as you. They just weren't as lucky as you. You understand? Okay. So let me minimize this and go to my thing. Okay, I can close that. We'll come back. Yes. Okay. Display capture, window capture. 1 second. Let me see. No, display capture. Just a sec. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to minimize this. We're going to listen to a little part and then we're going to see something. Okay? We're going to listen very carefully, please. This is from Taboo Conspiracy, who I'm going to have words with. But this is very worth watching, so we're going to watch this. We're going to listen to just a few seconds. Please pay attention.
This is when my life changed. We were responsible for producing the flight plans for the entire airline network. The program we use for flight planning uses algorithms called cryptactic flight sequentials.
Sorry, what? Cryptactic? I'm going to go back 10 seconds and we're going to listen to that again. Cryptactic. Keyword, cryptactic.
We were responsible for producing the flight plans for the entire airline network. The program we use for flight planning uses algorithms called cryptactic flight sequentials.
Wonderful. This is I Dream of Jeannie. Let's listen.
Hi.
What's going on is the mother is a bit anxious about going out to some meal or something, okay? And he's reassuring her. And the genie is kind of helping her get made up. And she puts these sequins over her eyebrows that are really, truly there. Okay? So listen carefully to what JR from Dallas says to her. Listen.
It's a mess. Give me a mirror.
Well, Mom, I can't get you. Oh, here.
Why, it looks as if I had sequins over my eyebrow.
It looks as if I have sequins over my eyebrows. She does. That's why it looks like that. Listen to what he says.
Yes, well, that's the atmospheric conditions combined with the cryptactic light sequential.
Sorry, what? The combined with the cryptactic light sequentials? Oh my gosh, did he just use the same word? Oh, it must be just coincidence, because this world is just made of coincidence. There's no guiding mind, consciousness, divinity. No. It's just coincidences. So let's listen again.
I had sequins over my eyebrows.
Yes, well, that's the atmospheric conditions combined with the cryptactic light sequential.
Now, key point. This character plays in the series an astronaut. Okay, thought you might enjoy that. Now I'm going to minimize this and minimize this. We'll come back to this blackface. I'm going to show what credit giving looks like. And then I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this. This is a message. I've videoed this just so you can see it like this, okay? I'm going to read it. Antonio, follow this link. Scroll to 1930 and listen. Then do a Google search for the key phrase mentioned in the clip. No real results. Restricted search. But if you do recall from a very recent and very cool hangout, do another search for it, but change it to F-Light. And you will only get one result relating to I Dream of Jeannie, which is what I just showed. I'm keeping this guy's details private so he doesn't get pestered, because we do get pestered a lot by very, very insecure, vulnerable people. And it's better if you don't get pestered by insecure, vulnerable people. This message came to me with the link to what I just played from I Dream of Jeannie, after playing a flight planner explaining that they use a cryptactic system. We have a supposed astronaut in a 1960s, 70s TV series talking about a cryptactic light phenomena. Oh, that's very peculiar. It's almost like they put little tidbits out there. You see, only the people who understand that that system is actually really truly used to try and make the Earth, which is flat, appear spherical to people who do things like flights, okay? Only the people who know would have found that hilarious. Just like how Freemasons know all the secret little codes, and when they use them in TV shows, Freemasons know what's being done, but you and I don't know. Yes, and people like the Infinite Plane Society, who claims to be a 33-degree Freemason, he's not had time. What he explained about how he became a Freemason, sounds like they just humoured him because he's a bit wacko. Because it takes longer than that to learn all of the little tricksy little protocols they have. Now, are the Freemasons evil? No, there is no evil on this earth. How could there be? It would mean that the Watcher was took his eye off the ball. Okay, it's a story. The story about evil. It's a story. It's trying to explain something. So I will get back to that. Now, delete. This. I'm going to play a video, 2 videos. First, this one. Apologies about the quality. This is actually CCTV footage from an altercation that happened in my local town. I'm showing this to explain, partly to show, but also partly to explain why I'm quitting YouTube. Okay? So please watch what goes on the screen. You have the guy in the maroon top, and you have the guy there ahead holding a can with his hand in his pocket. The guy in the maroon top is approaching that guy kind of aggressively. I'll go back, watch. He's pointing at him with something, and he's saying something, and the guy saying something, and then the guy in the maroon is talking to somebody else, and then he's walking away, and he's gesticulating to someone. The guy in the maroon top is yours truly. Okay, that's me in the maroon top. I will explain what happened, okay? And here's the second part. Now I'm going to make this larger. I narrowed the screen because there were other people in the shot, and they don't deserve to have their faces blazoned all over somebody's YouTube channel. So I've taken the liberty of cropping it so I don't show their faces, okay? That's the kind thing to do. There's the guy in the maroon top talking to the other guy. Let's see what happens. And then I will explain, because it was me. Oh, he's pointing to a guy. And he's saying something. Boom. Oh, he just pushed him with his shoulder. The guy went flying. Good gosh, now he's pointing to the guy, saying something. Now he's gesticulating to the guy. You can see the guy just on the edge of the frame. And he's pointing to the guy on the floor, who's now getting up. And he's saying to the guy, he's explaining, and he's telling the guy who just got up off the floor, you better move away from here right now. And watch, he does. Watch, yeah. So he buggers off. Now I'm going to explain what happened. Okay? Okay. I'm going to explain it whilst the video is here, instead of my face. Under the camera, so the camera that's capturing this, right under the camera is a ATM for our American friends, or a cash machine for the Brits. There's a cash machine. I was at the cash machine. I was taking some cash out whilst calling my daughter on the phone. And this man approaches and says, "You're right, mate." And I say, "I am. Thanks for asking. How are you?" And he says, "I'm all right." And I carry on trying to phone my daughter and finish my transaction. And he goes, "Yeah, hold on a minute. Don't I know you?" And I say to him, "No, don't think so." He says, "Yeah, I know you from somewhere." And I look at him. He's standing a foot away from me, okay? He's invading my space, but I don't mind. Yeah, I know you from somewhere. And I said to him, "Maybe you've seen me around, because I'm aware that I look quite distinctive. Maybe you've seen me around, but trust me, mate, you don't know me." He says, "Yes, I remember now. I bought you a pint last week in Stockport." Now the fool does not know that I don't drink. He's trying it on. Either he's trying to distract me so he can take the card, or take the cash, or persuade me to buy him a drink. I don't care which. But, excuse my language, I immediately said, "Get the fuck out of here before I split your skull open." He said, "What?" I said, "Get the fuck out of here right now. Fucking move away." "All right, mate, all right." And he moves away. The guy who runs the shop hears this and comes out. Actually, he's watching, okay? And he comes out and stands at the door and says to the guy who stood there, "What happened?" And the guy who's standing there on your screen says something along the lines of, "No idea. The guy just started going on at me." Okay? So this is why I approach and I say, "Hey you piece of shit." Excuse my language, because this is going to be blue. Okay, today I'm training myself to not swear, but today, this is my last video, I'm likely to swear like a fucking sailor. I say, "You fucking what?" And I move to him and I explain to the guy who steps out exactly what happened. How he approached me whilst I was on the cash machine and all of what just happened. Okay? I then move away, and because it looks like there's going to be something, because I'm talking kind of loudly, under the CCTV camera, you can't see, kind of, if you were the CCTV camera behind you, there's a little gaggle of women and children. Okay, and yes, I said gaggle. A gaggle of women and children. Okay, we're talking about 11 o'clock at night. I've taken them out of the shot, so nobody can have any complaints. A gaggle of women and children. It's actually 2 women and about 5 children. Okay, children that are much too old to be holding their mother's hands, and definitely much too old to be in a pram. Okay, this is what Jordan Peterson refers to as the all-devouring mother. This world is going wrong because men have lost their balls and their courage and have let women take over. This is not supposed to be a place where one of the genders runs the show. Both are supposed to run the show. Now, I gesticulate to say, "It's all right, don't worry." Okay? I'm going to play it again. You'll see. I go, "Hey, you fucking piece of shit. What the fuck are you doing telling him fucking..." He's like, "No, mate, what happens is that you don't remember, but I bought you a pint." And I say, "This guy's just full of shit." Now I'm gesticulating, "Don't worry about it, everything's all right." And I go back to the cash machine because I had not finished my transaction. Okay. Then, behind the guy in the grey, over on the left, is the gaggle of women who are there. They finished their shopping. They're there to watch the free show. Okay, that's what they're there for. They could have just moved off and gone home. No, they're there to watch the show. And I told them, eventually a woman says, do you mind? You're making my son cry. I had to tell her to shut the fuck up because men are fucking working. And she did shut the fuck up. Just 1 second, I need to get my charger. Now, at the start of this, I said that I would be having words with Taboo Conspiracy, and I genuinely mean it. When I go to the US, I will track down Taboo Conspiracy, I will take him for a coffee, and I will have words with him, and I will explain exactly why. Okay, now let's get back to this. After I go back to the cash machine, the guy goes on to the guy in grey about me, how he bought me a drink and how I've forgotten. Okay? He's still carrying it on. And I'm saying to him, don't freaking carry on, mate. Don't carry on, because I'll freaking brain you. I'm not joking. I will break you, I'm saying to him. Okay? So, here's where I'm going to play. Now, when I push him with my shoulder, not my hands, okay? I'm an artist. I can't damage my hands. So, I push him with my shoulder. You'll see it. You've seen it already. I say to him, stop this fucking bullshit. You try this one more time. If I hear that you've tried this one more time on this street, this is a famous street in Stockport, by the way. If I hear that you've tried this one more time on this street, I swear to God that I will find you and I will kill you. That's what I actually said. I would be happy to go to prison for having killed the guy. Okay? Because what happened was, he saw a guy who weighs 63 kilos. How do I know I weighed 63 kilos back then? That's 143, 144 pounds. How do I know that that's what I weighed? Because I'd recently been weighed at the cancer hospital. And he saw me and he saw a target. He saw a weak guy, a skinny guy. That's what he thought he saw. That's why he tried it on. He would not try it on me now because I'd no longer weigh that. Okay? So, I said to him, fucking try it on again. And he said, no, mate, you've got it wrong. You're forgetting. I bought you a pint. In fact, I bought you 2 pints. Okay? And I say, no, that's enough. So, and I'm saying to him, don't tell this guy here that you bought me some fucking pints, because this guy here knows that I don't drink, because this guy here knows me, you piece of shit. And he says, but I bought you 2 pints. Boom. Over you go, you piece of shit. Now that guy weighed around 80 kilos. Okay? And I'm explaining to the guy who knows me, he's called, well, I won't say his name, okay? I'm explaining, this is a bad man, and I have to do this, okay? And I'm showing my hand saying, you saw, I didn't know that there was CCTV camera, by the way, okay? So I said, you saw I did not touch him with my hands. And he says, yes, I saw. So let me carry on playing. I am explaining to him what the guy has been doing, how he approached me at the cash machine, how he's pretended, all of the shit, yeah? Now it turns out that the guy I pushed onto the floor with my shoulder battered a friend of mine years ago. I didn't realise until I saw him a few days later. And when I saw him a few days later in the daytime, I recognised him. But that's by the by. This showed to me that I need to work on myself, which is why I'm quitting YouTube. Now I'm going to show my face. There I am. Hey, so I'm working on myself, okay? I'm going back to Thai boxing. I'm starting boxing. I'm going back to judo, okay? Wing Chun, it's done. I've learned it. I don't need to anymore. Once you know it, you know it. If you want later, I tell you what. If you want, if you're interested, type in the chat Wing Chun. Few of you, as many of you as are interested in seeing Form 1, Simlian Tao is called. Okay, if you'd like to see the first form, which is the foundation of Wing Chun, which all Wing Chun masters say, you only need to learn the first form. You don't need to learn the others. The others are just more advanced, but in terms of learning, you only need the first. It was developed by women for women. In fact, by a woman for women. It was developed by a nun. Okay? There's a myth that it was not. It was developed by Chinese circus on barge. No, it's nonsense. No. It was developed by a one-armed nun. Why was she one-armed? Because she survived being slaughtered, being killed. Somebody cut off her arm with a sword. She survived, and later she developed a way of defending yourself with just one arm. Okay? So, but obviously you can do it with two arms. Right, now, let me get back to the show. If you'd like to watch the form, I'll do it now, live. Not now, in a few minutes, okay? But let me go back to what I was doing. Okay, so there's I Dream of Jeannie. The person who gave me the info, I'm going to say his name because people won't guess his email, is Jason Rogers. I say this because, wait a minute, let me share again. We will come back to LP, okay? First, here, okay? This is Theoria Apophasis, Magnetism's Secrets and the Hurricane. Nowhere in this does he mention that the whole principle he discusses in this was given to him by George Smith. How do I know? Because George Smith told me. So Theoria Apophasis, with his link to his PayPal, is a fraud. That's why he's still a globling. He is a fraud. But I'm going to use his channel to illustrate. Can you see these bands here of light? Does this mean that this is where the magnetism is? No. The magnetism is everywhere. This is just where there are, you can call them nexus. Nexus, that's right, nexus, where lines meet, i.e. certain facets of the magnetism and certain facets of the light that is on the actual ferrocell, the device with which he's looking, through which he's looking at the magnetism. In other words, between these two lines, there's an infinite number of lines. There's no separation, okay? Everywhere. What you've seen with iron filings at school over a magnet, okay, only show the same as this, because the paper is at a certain distance. You move the paper a little bit and the configuration changes, just like it does if you move the ferrocell. But I'm showing this for a principle, okay? Because on the Earth we really do have magnetism. Magnetism really does function like this. Magnetism really functions in conjunction with light, how I explain in the Book of the Sun and in the new book. But don't believe me, okay? You don't need to believe me. I don't like people believing. I will show you. Not this. Please don't write my name in highlights unless you really, really want to get my attention for something. Because it's a little bit distracting. If you want me to do the Wing Chun, just write Wing Chun. I will check it later. Sorry, I'm looking for a specific thing. Is it this one? Oh, god dagnabbit. Where is it? It's here. Right, so imagine this is looking down onto the Earth. Okay? And these lines are lines of longitude. And they curve. You see how they curve? They curve. They're not straight lines, like on the globe, which are curved down beyond the imaginary curve. No. In the real world, longitudes are curved as in my maps. Now, if you were on the magnet, looking up, you'd see all these lights, wouldn't you? You see all this grid. But wait a second, if you were on the magnet, if you were a minuscule little being on the magnet looking up, let's say you were looking here, okay? And you're seeing the sun here at this nexus point, okay? Between this line and the next line and the next line and the next, there's no actual separation, okay? There's no true separation, just like with time, there's no true separation between 1 second and the next. It is a fluid, continuous stream. It's the same with magnetism. So, if you were on the Earth, looking at the sun, looking here, you might see, well, banding, like you're about to see here. And this comes from somebody else, and their sister video did this from their porch. Oh look, see that line? Yeah, oh no, it's a camera artifact. Yeah, I'm sure you really know what you're talking about, right? Globelink. See this? Okay, understand what you're seeing. If you take the ferrocell away, you don't see those lines. They're still there, and they're there continuously. There's no separation between them. Okay, same as this. Okay, do you understand? These are this. You only see them under special conditions. Just like this. You don't see any of this if you don't have a ferrocell. You don't see these if you don't have a combination of atmospheric conditions and an optical device that can decipher the information. Okay? If you were looking at this with your eyes, you would not have seen this line. Okay? Okay. So let's close this. And let's close this fraud, Theoria Apophasis. Now taboo conspiracy. He opens this video where a guy is explaining something I explained more than 2.5 years ago. In fact, closer to 3.5 years ago. Some of you will recall, okay, because you will have remembered my drawings, everything that's been explained. But listen to what Mr. Taboo Conspiracy says.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to share a fantastic new proof of our stationary Earth. This proof comes from a mechanical engineer who goes by the name David. To the best of my knowledge, David is the sole discoverer of this mathematical proof, and I'm only here to share David's information.
You're a fraud, Taboo Conspiracy, because you commented on the video that I made. Okay, so I'm going to play that again.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to share a fantastic new proof of our stationary Earth.
Oh, a fantastic new proof that's a rehash of a 3.5-year-old proof. You fraud. You're a fraud. And listen, Jesus is watching you. Okay? So, but I'll have a word with you directly through the camera today. And then when I see you in person, you'll be safe, but I will have a fucking word with you.
This proof comes from a mechanical...
No, it doesn't. This proof comes from me through a mechanical engineer 3.5 years down the road. Do you understand, you fraud? Taboo Conspiracy. Now I'm going to close this. Oh, wait. Dagnabbit. I didn't mean to close that. I'll show it again. Here.
Hello,
now,
everyone.
Those of you who have been following my channel, like Taboo Conspiracy has been following my channel, okay? Remember, my channel is much older than Taboo Conspiracies. Now, he's been following my channel. He watched the video where I explained exactly what this mathematician is explaining. Okay? I explained the same thing, but better, because I use diagrams and show the fact that trees don't grow at an angle in the north. Okay? Okay. The same thing. I covered it already, and you know this, Taboo Conspiracy, because you commented in that video, on that video, about what a great little proof it was. So, either you've forgotten, in which case everything is okay, because, you know, everybody makes mistakes. Either that, or you're purposefully not mentioning that this is a rehash of my fucking work, and I resent that. Right. Let's close this. Now we're going to listen to this woman, because it's going to chill me out a bit, so I can then talk a bit more calmly. Okay?
I don't even like the word tomboy. I don't go around.
So, who's this? This is LP, Laura Pergolesi, okay? Probably the best woman around today. And I say that with, I know lots of women, and I love you all, of course, but she's better. She is. She really is. I'm sorry, but she is. Why? Because she's influenced the world more, wider and more positively. If you're not here influencing the world positively, why are you here? So we're going to listen to her, and it's on identity. And after this, we're going to go into the blackface. You see how I'm working it? Right. So
I don't even like the word tomboy. I don't go around calling myself a tomboy. I'm way worse than a tomboy. It's just for saying it. I've definitely had people try to mess with like that in the early days. I think it was like one of those things where they realized it was like completely out of the question at some point. But I feel like if you don't know I'm a lesbian, like in the first 5 seconds you lay eyes on me, then, you know, unfortunately for you need to go out and have a cocktail once in a while because, I mean, yeah. But anyway, I just don't care, you know. It's part of who I am. Like, I mean, I don't think people introduce themselves as like, hey, I am heterosexual. I sleep with a lot of women. I am homosexual. You know, I sleep with a lot of women. It's just not, you know, who cares? I've been
who cares? Listen again.
Hey, I am heterosexual. I sleep with a lot of women. I am homosexual. You know, I sleep with a lot of women. It's just not, you know, who cares? I've been traveling the world a lot. I mean, I get, you know, letters from women and people and, you know, even men in like Russia and Turkey and places like that, you know, Iran, and, you know, and that's incredible that the people can like, you know, say that I helped them in any way, because it wasn't not on my agenda to do, but it was not like, that's not why I got into music. I was like, let me spread the word about what a complete lesbian I am. How's that? You know, just being myself. Like, you know, I was lucky enough to grow up in...
Being herself. What does that mean? She's following her passion, she's being authentic, and she's following her nature.
A country where this could come to full fruition, and I'm pretty aware...
I talked over her, so I'm going to play again.
How's that? You know, just being myself. Like, you know, I was lucky enough to grow up in a country where this could come to full fruition, and I'm pretty aware of it, you know. You know, and a lot...
She's talking about the fact that she can be herself entirely and happily and not be abused by people around her because she grew up in America. There are countries on earth right now where she would not have been able to do that. She would have had to kowtow. And she probably would have had to marry a man, which would be, to her, as revolting as to a heterosexual, you know, having to marry somebody of the same sex.
A lot of people can't, you know, and I feel for them, and I hope that, you know, by me trying to be myself as much as I can, that it helps, because, you know, I love diversity. I want people to be themselves. I want the manliest man who loves to be with the most feminine women. I want him to be happy. I want, you know, whoever. And I don't really care, you know, what you do like that. I think you just should be like more accepting about other people in general.
Just, you see, this woman is just absolutely awesome. Dead simple, okay? Just be more accepting of people in general, okay? Obviously, she's not talking about abusive, horrible people. She's talking about, nah, bit wrong window. Which I don't need to explain. Here's blackface. Good Lord. The official Britannia Coconut Dancers press statement. 30th of July, 2020. Look at all these white men in blackface in Britain. Oh, isn't that offensive? Isn't that offensive to black people? Or more to white people who get offended on behalf of black people. Ah, that's right. Okay, so the official Britannia Coconut Dancers press statement, 30th of July 2020. Following several press statements over the last couple of weeks from the Morris Ring concerning the use of full black/skin tone face makeup, a meeting was called by the executive members of the Britannia Coconut Dancers and was held on Monday 20th of July 2020 to discuss the matter which was outlined by the JMO. We were saddened to receive this statement as it perceives that we and other teams who these bodies represent have a tradition that is not fit for the modern day. The Britannia Coconutters have evolved within our community, upholding a folk dance and music which is honest and unique. Our age-old tradition is embedded in the hearts and souls of the people of Bacup, Rossendale and overseas. What? Being racist and painting your faces black? As a team, we have discussed the use of blackface makeup in great detail and have come to a unanimous decision that this will continue to be part of our unique mining tradition. Removing any part of our costume will take away the mystique of who we are. The dancers were devised by local miners. Since they all had permanently black faces despite being Caucasian, on working days, from the outset, it became an essential part of the tradition that they also performed with black faces. This tradition has now been maintained continuously for more than a century. It has no connection with ethnicity, nor any form of racial prejudice. You see how if you were offended, you now have to climb down off your big high horse that turned out to be just a little rocking horse? Okay, we have been in discussion with the committee members of the Morris Ring over the past few weeks, but have been unable to find a compromise that would be suitable for both the Britannia Coconutters and the Morris Ring. We as a team have concluded that our membership of the Morris Ring will cease at the end of this year and trust that the JMO will understand and respect our decision to continue with the integrity and respect as we have for many centuries. We would like to wish the members of the JMO the very best for the future and hope to one day work with the JMO. Do you understand? Do you see? They paint their faces black in homage to the coal miners who would come out of the pit literally black like coal. Okay, so offence taking. Sorry, but you're listening to a channel that genuinely doesn't give a fuck about your offence taking, especially your Munchausen by proxy offence taking. Let's close that. What else do I have? There's this. This is just cute because I'm going to watch it later. And there's this. And yeah, I think that's it. Okay, I can close this. Now I'm going to have a word with Taboo Conspiracy directly. Okay. Video capture. No. Yes, video capture it is. Here I am. Okay. Some of you there, I like Taboo Conspiracy. I like the work he does. I think he's fallen in with a bad crowd of people that I know are bad people because I was in that crowd. I was integral to that crowd. I was that crowd. They tried to give me a show on True Frequency Radio, which I was going to call Disguise the Limit. As in, disguise? Ooh, in disguise? Because the way I speak, people might think that I have said, the sky is the limit. A little tricksy little thing, okay? Disguise the limit. Because that's what the Globalings have done. They've disguised the fact that this place is a limited plane. You can't get out that way. Okay? Right. Hey, doesn't the Bible have a story about trying to get out that way? Yes, it does. It does, doesn't it? Yes, the Tower of Babel. Oh, maybe you can't get out that way. And they knew it way back then. Maybe the Bible, maybe, it has a hell of a lot more truth than I thought and you thought. Maybe so does the Quran. Maybe so does the Lord of the Rings. Maybe so does the Book of the Dead. Maybe so does War and Peace. Maybe so does Crime and Punishment. Maybe so does The Catcher in the Rye. Maybe so does everything that can communicate any kind of message that can be interpreted by the listener or the viewer or the reader. You see, we interpret the world. If there's a code in the Bible, for instance, I think I did this before, but I'm going to do it again. In the same way that the Freemasons, they don't go around telling everybody their secrets, okay? But if you know them and you go into a big cathedral, they'll tell you, yeah, we built this, and see that right there? That means this. And see that there? That means this. And see this here? That means that. Stuff that you wouldn't have really noticed because it's amongst a whole bunch of other stuff that doesn't have any Masonic meaning at all. It is just decorative. But then amongst that, there are the codes for other Freemasons to understand what kind of lodge made it and basically who was involved, okay? To let on, in the same way that the astronaut in I Dream of Jeannie let on about kleptactic. You see? Okay. Now you're going to have to keep up. If you're losing this, you might have to listen again, because I'm not slowing it down and I'm not dumbing it down. Sorry, this is my last video. I'm not dumbing it down. Right. If you can interpret something from nature as symbolic of God having made it, you're right. Okay? If you interpret it as Satan having made it, you're wrong. What? Look, in the Silmarillion, it is explained the same as the Bible and the Quran and the others. Okay? Nothing happens outside the will of God, or the divine, or the Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, Wakantanka, the great mystery, whatever you want to call the big consciousness. Okay. That big consciousness is everywhere. There is nowhere that is outside of it. But wait a minute, Antonio, what about the child being raped by someone? Hey. If you know the answer of all things, then explain it. But if you don't ask that question. Because if I told you what I think, you'd have to either believe me or disbelieve me. So there's no point in you asking that question. Maybe think about it yourself. Or maybe ask the universe to explain it to you one night before you go to sleep, and see what happens in the morning when you're making your coffee. See what thoughts come into your head. Okay. Now, in the Silmarillion, which is an explanation of the world of the Lord of the Rings, which was written by J.R.R. Tolkien to serve as mythology for this region where I live, Britain and Ireland and the other Europe. Okay? Mythology, but specifically for the British Isles, because all the British mythologies were destroyed by the Catholics when they came here and just destroyed everything. First the Romans destroyed half, and then the Catholics just wiped out the rest, killing all the witches. We know the story, right? It still remains, okay? The Green Man, the Man of the Forest, the Old Man of the Forest, it is still there. It's still true, okay? Go into the forest at night one night, see if you know what I mean, okay? No, it's not a Bigfoot. Does Bigfoot exist? Yes, it does exist. Do I know for sure? Yes, I do. How? You don't need to know how. Now, in the Silmarillion, Tolkien explains how the main god in the Lord of the Rings is called Ilúvatar. Okay? Ilúvatar conjures thoughts, and those thoughts become embodied. And those embodied thoughts play music. And the music that they play make two things: physicality and ultimately forms that can move around within that physicality. Okay? That's what Tolkien wrote. Now, he has these thoughts which you can compare to archangels. And the archangels all play their music. And the archangel that plays the rhythm is Udun, or Lucifer, or Satan. The most powerful one, the one that carries the rhythm for the melody. Melody with no rhythm is not, you can't have melody with no rhythm. So, this guy decides he's going to change the tempo. So he changes the tempo. And the other guys are like, oh, it goes discordant, and he keeps changing the tempo. And eventually Ilúvatar's like, hey dude, like, just play the song, okay? And the guy's saying, okay. But after a bit, he changes the tempo again. And eventually the big guy, Iluvatar, says, look, guys, I'm going to show you what I've been doing through you, okay? And he shows them Middle Earth. He shows them the world. And he shows them what they've generated through him without them knowing, including Morgoth, Sauron, all of that, which was generated by Udun. Now, what does Sauron want in The Lord of the Rings? Oh, rings. What does Sauron want in The Lord of the Rings? He wants perfect order, control, and peace. That's what he wants. Perfect, absolute control, so that everything runs absolutely perfectly, because he has a mind for perfection and symmetry. Didn't know that, did you? You thought it might be chaos. No, 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 no. The chaos is the humans and the dwarves and the elves. You know, no, no, no. He wants absolute regimented order, like Hitler wanted. Okay? Iluvatar shows him the ends and says, you see how you thinking that you were going to ruin things is actually part of what I was having you do? You see how it's impossible for there to be a Lucifer that goes around torturing people outside of God's will? It's not possible. There is no outside of God's will. It's a stupid thing to think. So, with that in mind, I'm going to now address Taboo Conspiracy. Taboo Conspiracy. You said to Sasha, Orphan Red, that I was a rapist. Okay? You have to apologize to me publicly on a video. You have to apologize to me publicly on a video. You have now promoted a guy who publicly said that I was a rapist. Okay? Anthony Riley, who cannot set foot in Greater Manchester. Interesting, huh? He can't come to where I live. That's interesting. There was a meeting in my local town, and I went to this meeting, you might remember, with a couple of infiltrators, Roxanne, whatever she's called. Like, he didn't come. Oh, that's funny that he didn't come, even though there was a big crowd of them and he would have been well protected, he might have thought. You, Taboo Conspiracy, Ben, you told Orphan Red that I'm a rapist. And you asked her to stop associating with me. You shouldn't do things like that. Because I'm a man of courage and honour. And you can't call a man of courage and honour a rapist. You just can't do it. It's kind of wrong. And that guy's not going to let it go until there's a public apology with an explanation of why you said it and who told you. Okay? Not just a, I'm sorry, Antonio. No, 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 no. An explanation. Okay? Because I will be seeing you. You understand? You see how I'm not actually joking. Okay? I will be seeing you, Ben. I will find you. I already know where you live. I just don't actually know the place because I've never been to the US. You see, we have mutual contacts. You should know this already. And those mutual contacts know where you freaking live, you moron. So I'm going to be knocking on your door. Unless you make a public apology to me, take back what you said, explain why you said it, explain why you were hoodwinked into saying it, into thinking it in the first place. Public apology. Or I will be knocking on your door, and I don't give a fuck if you have guns, because you won't have chance to get one. Okay? And I know people with guns too, bitch. So, public apology, your very next video. People in the chat, you better make sure that you contact him and you make sure that he watches this. You explain it to him. Okay? Piece of shit. You see, in The Lord of the Rings, Aragorn is in the wilderness before he takes up the mantle of his true nature. Okay? I've been in the wilderness for 23 years. And this cancer thing has brought me out of the wilderness. Wait a minute. Gandalf fights a very dark thing and dies, but is then not dead. Okay? He doesn't actually die. Okay? He fights this dark thing called the Balrog of Morgoth and kills it. Like I killed cancer. And then, nothing. Like with me there was nothing. And then, there was breath back. And he comes back transfigured. Am I transfigured? Yes, I am, aren't I? Am I much more powerful than I was before? You have no clue. Because you see, all of my power, zero of it, is mine. It all comes from the thing that you guys think you worship. You're wrong. You're all of you wrong. All of you are wrong. Did you know? You're all wrong. Your ideas of God are wrong. And God knows this and he's very patient. There's no more patient thing than God. It's like, okay, you'll learn sooner or later. Okay? Just like I'm telling you, Ben, that you will apologize to me either publicly on a video, which you will leave on your channel, not you'll put up and then pull down. No, no. You will publicly leave it on your channel or I will be knocking on your door. You understand? And then you will apologize because I will video it, you know, for the court case, if there's ever to be a court case. You know, regarding me threatening you physically, face to face, it will be videoed. So the courts will see exactly what I said and exactly how you reacted. You see, you're wrong, Taboo Conspiracy. I tried to warn you that you were getting in with the wrong crowd. Globebusters, Bob Nodell, who shared the thing about me being a rapist, and Jaron Campanella, who did not share it, but it works with Bob Nodell, okay? And David Weiss, who did share it, who runs you, or at least ran you when you were with Globebusters, okay? David Weiss is the handler. I explained it to Jaronism. Jaronism didn't really hear it, but really the reason he didn't hear it is because he had too much money in front of his ear. It was making him a bit deaf, the prospect of money. You see, when they offered me the True Frequency Radio on the same night as Jaronism, okay, there was the promise of all the merchandise that I would shift. I'm not, you see, you can't buy someone like me. When Patricia Steer came here, who I exposed first for being a narcissist, because that requires exposing, being transgender, I was not going to expose. To be honest, I think it's nobody's business. But I had to, just to clarify things, okay? So, where was I going? I forget. I'll pick it up. David Weiss runs the show. David Weiss runs Jaronism doesn't know. First, Jaronism is not bright enough to actually grasp it. Okay? Sorry guys, but he's not bright enough to grasp the possibility of himself being manipulated. He just doesn't get it. He's like, no, he's so convinced that he's pretty formidably intelligent that the possibility of somebody infiltrating and manipulating him, is like, no, he'd have to be stupid, you know. It hasn't hit him when his wife fucked his best friend. It didn't hit him that maybe he can be hoodwinked, you know. It just didn't hit him. I explained it to him. I explained how David Weiss manipulates, how David Weiss handles people, okay. Who brought me into the whole movement, into the not the movement I entered on my own, okay? And I entered thanks to Matt Powland and Eric Dubay. And, actually, to be honest, David Weiss too, who made the worst flat earth video ever. That's right. David Weiss had a video, I don't know if it's still there, where he has an English ex-policeman doing a talk about how the earth is flat. He has a big beach ball. He puts a marker pen on top of the beach ball and it falls to the floor and he says, see, it doesn't stick. It's like, wow, this is how it's done. So listen, Ben, Taboo Conspiracy. The reason that you've been taken by these guys, okay, is so that you will not continue being as good as you've been. And so that there will be fallings out because they don't want you associating with people who are more capable and don't want the money, okay? They don't want you associating with those people. They don't want you associating with Sasha, because she doesn't associate with them. And they don't want you associating with me. And they don't want you associating with math. Okay, right, now. Why don't they want you associating with these people, with us? Because then we just destroy them, don't we? Just simply, we just walk over them. That's why. So what do? They tell you, oh no, that guy, yeah, ooh, he's very, very bad. Oh, if you knew the evil things he did. Was it reported to police? No, none of it. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, why? Why? Why not? Oh, just no. Oh, that's interesting. You see, if it were reported to the police, then it could have turned out that it was all a bunch of bullshit. Isn't that funny? So, why are you now promoting Anthony Riley, the guy who, in a chat, called me a rapist? So that you and I will fall out. I'm not falling out with you. I'm passionate, and when I speak, I come across as angry and aggressive sometimes. But it doesn't mean that I am angry and aggressive. It means I'm passionate. I'm fucking Spanish, dude. You need to understand about other cultures, okay? Now, when I say to you I would be knocking on your door, I mean I would be knocking on your door. When I say to you I would take you for a coffee, I mean literally I would take you for a coffee in a cafe. I don't mean I would be putting you on the ground. I mean the words I'm saying. And you will, if you haven't apologized in video, you will publicly apologize. Then I will come back to this channel and put that video up. Do you understand me? You can't go around calling people rapists. It's just wrong. You're not supposed to bear false witness, bitch. Don't you understand the Bible? Don't you understand it? What are you doing? So, you will apologize. But other than that, no animosity towards you, man. None. If you try to run into your house, it would be a different story, though. You will still apologise, but you'll do it from your back whilst I hold your hands down and dangle a fucking loogie. Do you understand? That's how it will go down. So, better that you apologise on video. Save me the hassle. But I will enjoy it. I mean, don't think that I won't enjoy it. Whew. I will enjoy it. Right, what else? Where was I going to go? Yeah, so, all of those books that I mentioned, and the Bible, and the Quran, and the Book of the Dead, and the Tibetan Book of the Dead. There's 2 books of the dead, by the way, in case you didn't know. Okay? There's the Egyptian Book of the Dead, and there's the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Wait, what? Huh? What? Antonio? What? Yeah. Wait a minute, but the Bible, wasn't it just written by the Fabians? Wasn't it just a bunch of bullshit? It's like, yes, it was written by people. Was it written by the Fabians? The New Testament was. Was the Old Testament? No. Why? Because of the errors in the New Testament compared to the Old Testament. That's why. Okay? If it was them, there wouldn't be the errors. But they're errors. Okay? So, the Old Testament was written by people who had knowledge. The New Testament was written by other people who had knowledge. What people? The Fabians, the Caesars of Rome. Do you think that they might have had knowledge that you don't have access to? And that other people back then didn't have access to? Well, they were the elite of the world, just like the elite of the world now have knowledge that you don't have. They had knowledge back then that the other people didn't have, and that people now don't have. There are people who do have it now, because it has continued, you understand? So the Medicis and the Fabians, and it splits off, but that's where it comes from. Look at the elites, that's the seed, okay? Now, all of you guys who are into conspiracy theories and into knowing everything, how many of you had heard about this pandemic before it happened? Sorry. Did Q explain something? Did Anonymous? No. You see how none of you knew anything about it? But you might read in the book of the Sun me explaining how this was going to be, how the governments of the world were going to slowly condition people. I didn't know it was going to be a pandemic, but they have to condition people to the point that they will willingly go underground. You see, it's in the book of the Sun, written way before. QAnon didn't tell you anything. None of your conspiracy theory pals told you that there was going to be a fake pandemic. You might fool yourself now into thinking that you knew about it beforehand. Really, prove it, and prove it with a Wayback Machine. You won't, because it caught you all by surprise. Okay? It caught you all by surprise. I explained what they're doing. They're doing a multitude of things, but mainly two things. One, they are training human beings to be more considerate of each other. That's the primary thing. Two, they're doing that to show it to other people. Do you understand? There are other people outside of this pond. The other people outside of this pond have helped this pond before. They've helped it many times. Look at Fukushima and watch the UFOs and then wonder, how come the radiation didn't arrive in America? Huh? Just watch. Watch Fukushima. Watch the videos of Fukushima and watch the UFO. And then wonder, hey, where did all the radiation go? There are beings, people outside of this pond who are bigger, literally bigger than us, stronger, much more talented, much more capable, and much wiser. And if those guys are going to help this pond when our suns fuse, they're only going to help if it's worth helping. Wait a second, doesn't that sound a bit like the story of the Silver Surfer? Yes, it does, doesn't it? Huh, Antonio, you're going all over the place. I said I wasn't going to dumb it down. Here's the story of the Silver Surfer. The Silver Surfer works for Galactus. Galactus is a planetoid god-type being that sustains itself by consuming life from planets with life forms. But it takes him a long time to move, like the ants in The Lord of the Rings. So, in order to know in which direction to go in the vastness of space, it has a scout. The scout, who travels at the speed of light, that's the Silver Surfer, can zip around and scout planets with life to say to Galactus, look, this one has life, and then Galactus can amble over there and take the eons that it takes to get over there, and eventually get over there and consume all of the life. So, the Silver Surfer sees Earth, okay? And he sees Earth, and he's watching to see whether or not he's going to volunteer this planet to the Galactus, to the bad guy. I think it's called Galactus, I'm pretty sure it is. And he watches, okay? And he sees theft, robbery, similar but different type. Robbery is more personal than theft. All kinds of dirty dealings, all kinds of... And he's like, yeah, this one. And then he watches, and he sees a woman doing a kind deed. And he goes, oh, dagnabbit. And he keeps watching, and yeah. Oh, he starts seeing kindness on the Earth. And he says, no, I don't want Galactus to get this planet. So he tells Galactus, he finds another planet, and he says to Galactus, go to that planet instead. And Galactus is like, no, I'm going to the one that you said. So the Silver Surfer spent a long time trying to break through Earth's barrier to get into the Earth so that Galactus won't kill the life forms on the Earth, because if he does, then he'll be killing the life form of the Silver Surfer too, which means he'll ultimately die himself because he won't be able to find sustenance on his own. Okay, that's a story in a comic book. But all of these stories have meanings that can be interpreted. That's what I was explaining before. The Bible is supposed to be interpreted by the wise mind. It tells you in the Bible, let those that have eyes to see, see. Let those who have ears to hear, hear. It tells you in the Bible. Let those who have eyes to see, see. If you're reading a book and there's some kind of concordance with your own life in a book written before you were even born, the concordance with your life is not coincidental, it's not imaginary, it's true. You see it because you interpret it, because you have something that can give you a gist to make a narrative comprehensible for the context of your interpretation. You understand? So, the fact that a book written before you were even born has elements that agree with your own life, those elements are true. They really do agree with your life. Now, your cousin, your brother, anybody else reading that book who has not had those experiences and cannot marry the two doesn't see it. You can explain it to them and then they'll say, oh, that's just coincidence. That's how it goes, because this world is just made of coincidences, see, to the atheist. So, the Silver Surfer, explaining somehow out of the collective unconscious or out of Valis. I'm going to explain today how I wrote the Book of the Sun, how I figured out what the sun is and how I figured out the actual layout of the earth, which I'm going to prove physically. Physically, from Buenos Aires, not the Falklands, from Buenos Aires to Cape Town. I will be going and seeing Iru Landucci when I go to Buenos Aires. I have a lot of friends in Buenos Aires. Iru Landucci does too, yes, and some bad people, yes. Not as bad as the ones that I have, okay? So, sometimes it's very good to know bad people. Like really, like very, very good. You might have a tag for selling cocaine, okay? Be considered a bad guy. You're not a guy that spent 12 years in prison for murdering 2 people. Oh, see, oh. Ooh, it's good to know bad people who are actually good people. I was talking to a guy who spent 18 months in prison for attempted murder. He didn't really attempted murder. What happened was, his ex-wife with his children has a new boyfriend. The boyfriend battered her in front of the children. The children told the dad. She didn't tell him. The children told the dad. The dad went to the house, knocked on the door. The guy opened the door and he hit him with a hammer. Whack! He tried to hit him on the head, but the guy moved and it hit him on the neck. And unfortunately, in his angst, he didn't have the blunt end, he had the claw side. The claw side caught him and almost ripped his throat open. Then, having done this, the guy dropped on the floor. Seeing what had happened, he stood there and phoned an ambulance. That's why he only got 18 months. He's a great guy. That's a real man. You're supposed to protect at all costs. You see, the Bible has Jesus, a mellow guy. But in the Old Testament it says, when he comes back, he's not going to be mellow. No. He's going to have a great big fucking fire sword. And then this great big fucking sword of truth is the sword that Muhammad has. You see the continuity there? Muhammad explains you have to be peaceful. You must be peaceful. It is absolutely God's commandment that you be peaceful. That's what Islam is. That's what it means. That's the point of it. But if there is transgression where you have tried your best to be peaceful in all areas and the transgressions have no end, then God commands you to have no mercy whatsoever. That is basically saying, men, be men. That's what the Quran is doing. Do you understand? Men, be men. have balls. If you need to die for something, die for it. Just means you spend a little bit longer in heaven, you know. And yes, there is time in heaven. There's nowhere that there's no time, okay? You have to understand what time is. I explain time in the new book. And demonstrably, even more demonstrably than the sun. You know, I said that you would see columns, that people will literally see beams, that they will see filaments. And I'm talking, when I said that people will literally see filaments, I mean, it's going to come to the point where in the hot days of summer, you will be abroad or at home, wherever it's very hot. You will feel a sting in your arm from the sun. You'll look, you won't move your arm. You'll look and you'll see that where it's stinging, you'll think, oh, that's one of my hair sticking up straight up. And you'll look and you'll notice it will look like gossamer from a spider web. It will look like it just goes on endlessly, okay? That's a sun filament. That's what the sun is. That's what's going to happen to most people, not just some, between now and 2064, okay? It will happen. You will see. I'm making myself a t-shirt that says, you will see. Instead of I told you so, I'm saying now, you will see, and you will see. So, back to interpretations and religious texts and the Bible and non-religious texts and interpretation. Okay. So the Lord of the Rings was written to serve as mythology, just like the Bible was. Okay? The Bible was supposed to be considered mythology. It was not supposed to be considered something that really truly happened. That's just stupid. Come on, you have to think. Okay, so the Bible was written some 120 years after the supposed events. Okay? But back then, people lived more than 120 years. No, they didn't. They died at the age of 40. No, they didn't. Just stop believing bullshit that you've been told, for God's sake. People lived longer, long ago. How do you know, Antonio? Well, Geronimo was 92 when he died, trekking through the mountains in the snow. That's it. What? Geronimo was 92 when he died, trekking through the snow. Okay? When? In the 1800s. Good gosh. Really? Yes, really. Okay? You've been told a load of stuff that's false to give you the impression that now, right now, we are at the zenith of human evolution and development. There is no zenith of human evolution and development. There is no best ever, because there's no point at which the counting stops. So you might not understand that, but it's not important to me. Okay, so mythology. We know the Greek myths and we know the myths of the Bible. Now, 120 years. Picture your grandfather is, let's say, I don't know, 40 years old. Okay? But he heard the stories from his grandfather, who was alive when Jesus was supposed to have been walking around, see? And he says, did any of this stuff happen? Or the grandfather is dead, but he told him the things that happened with the Romans. And he didn't say anything about any rebel and thousands of people and all. No, none of that. None. But it's better than that. I'll tell you from the Bible itself. Okay? The story goes like this. I think I said this before, but I'm going to say it again. By the way, why am I wearing so many rings? How often are you just walking around and think, my gosh, it's fun to have hands? When's the last time you thought, hands are fun things to have? Really? When is the last time you ever thought that? I would wager never in your life have you actually thought that. I think it every day. Pretty good. Pretty good. To appreciate this vehicle, your own vehicle, no matter what shape it is, or no matter what gender or what operations, it doesn't matter. To value the instrument you've been gifted, that you only have for a short time, it's stupid not to. So, do what you want to do. Dress how you want to dress and be who you want to be. In fact, be who you truly are. Now, which is what transgender people are trying to do. Okay? You understand? Transgender people, truly transgender people, feel like their entire lives they've been playing a role that is false. That they should have been the other gender. That's the truth of transgenderism. I don't agree with them teaching it at schools, but, sorry, it's very hot here. I'm going to change t-shirts. I do not agree with it being taught at schools at all, okay? Because my mother's a developmental psychologist and she fully understands the harm that things like that do to children, okay? And there are very stupid people in the education system. Very stupid people in running the education system. Very evil people running the medical system too. You know, the kind of people that misdiagnose cancer for 8 months and treat MRSA with antibiotics. 8 rounds of antibiotics for MRSA. Who did, what? Yes, my story. I have all of the proof. I have all of the medical notes. Okay? MRSA is antibiotic resistant. What the hell are they giving antibiotics to somebody who's supposed to have MRSA? That's me. They told me I had MRSA. That was the infection. Said, not really. That's why the antibiotics didn't do anything. Said, oh, antibiotics not doing anything because of MRSA. If it was MRSA, you would not have given antibiotics. Better than nothing. No. It's just your way of trying to cover for the fact that you're trying to make the cancer worse so that you make a lot more money. Because if you nip it in the bud quickly, you make less money. That's all it is. And I'm going to rip your innards out. Cancer industry. Sorry, but it has to be done. And I'm the guy to do it. See? And you can try and get me if you want. I'm not going to be paranoid, but you can try like the other doctors that have died. Mysterious deaths. I sleep with my front door open. Do you think that I'm afraid of your assassins or your 400 quid to a smackhead to go and knife someone? You think that I'm afraid? You don't understand. I'm going to be here on this world until he says it's time to go. You see the look in my face? You see how what I'm saying, there's no guile in it. It's true. And you will see. You will see how I kill the cancer industry. You will, you guys, you will see how Antonio Subirats, this flat earther, killed the cancer industry, destroyed the cancer myth. I'm going to destroy it today in this hangout, but I will be destroying it actually in the real world. The companies that float their shares on the stock exchange, those companies are going to close down their cancer departments. Or the other departments do not need closing down. Their cancer departments will close down. Will there still be radiochemotherapy and surgery available for people? Yes, as the ultimately last resort to people who are bitches to their own ignorance. Okay? For those people, they will be able to have those things. But first, the medical system will encourage the nutrition and the truth and have that be the treatment for the cancer. But don't believe me, just wait and see. You will see. Instead of 30 cigarettes, 3 cigars a day. 30 roll-ups. Sometimes 50, sometimes 15, okay? 3 cigars a day. Much healthier. Anyway. Oh yeah, let me explain to you about tobacco. What's tobacco? Oh, it came from the Native Americans. Oh, did it? Yeah, because it comes from the Americas. All right, what was it doing there? Oh, it was only serving these people who fully understood nature. It was serving them as a peace-making tool. What? Well, the peace pipe was only ever smoked with the enemy. Do you understand? You only make peace with your enemy. The thing that was in the peace pipe was not weed, it was tobacco. Why? Because tobacco is a plant for making peace. You understand? It was put here. What is cannabis? Cannabis is a plant for making health. Tobacco is a plant for making peace. I'm going to show you right now with a little thought experiment, a little scenario. You have one of those huge Iraqi men walking in the desert, and he is livid because an Iranian killed a family member. And he's walking livid in the desert, and he's huge, hard as nails. And there are some incredibly strong Arabs, okay? In the desert, there's an Iranian, massive, murder in his eyes, just as livid because an Iraqi has killed a family member of his. And they're walking in the desert, and they don't know that the other's walking in the desert. But they walk round a bluff, and they see each other. They're 10 yards away from each other. They approach slowly, and they both reach behind them. And one of them goes zink and pulls out a scimitar. And the other one goes zink and pulls out this. And he opens one of them, and out of it he pulls a cigar and he lights it, and he goes like this with the other cigar to his adversary, and his adversary drops the scimitar, takes the cigar and smokes it, and peace ensues. Okay, so interpretation everywhere. You can interpret everything. And people do. People who are psychotic, in fact, interpret things that have no direct thing to be interpreted. They project the thing that they want to interpret. Okay? It's not there. They just project it. But then there are things that anybody can see and can go, oh yeah, I can see how this applies to lots of people. You know, just key phrases in a book, for instance. You know, I don't know, everybody needs to sleep. Yeah, that's true. But some things not quite as facile as that. Okay, so interpretation. If you fully understand the world, you fully understand what the religions are. The religions are not just there to control people. Are they there to control people? Yes, they are. Why? Because people need controlling, that's why. We don't come here with a manual of where we are and how we're supposed to live, do we? No, we don't. We come here, our parents don't know, their parents didn't. Nobody all the way back knows, apart from the people who remember what it was like in heaven. People like me. I remember what it was like in heaven. That's right. I remember coming here. You see, the things about me you don't know. I didn't speak for the first 3 years of my life. I did not speak. I was taken to psychologists. Maybe I was deaf. What's going on? No. My mother would do tricks like get sweets out and rustle them behind me to see if I could hear, and I turned around and, oh, sweet, oh, thank you very much. Okay. Eventually, my sister, who was 5, it's a day we've eaten, it's after food, with this there, and there's talk about why I don't talk, right? And my sister, Monica, says, well, why don't we ask him, Antonio, why don't you talk? And I say, because I've been thinking and watching. Those were my first words because I've been thinking and watching. Crystal clear. I didn't goo goo gaga dada mama. I spoke crystal clear from the minute I started speaking. There are people like me on this earth. The reason you've been following this channel is not just that I have a YouTube channel, it's because you sense something with me. And the sense that you sense is correct, it's true. I remember things, and I know that there are people here watching this who also vaguely remember. Some might even clearly remember. I know that at least one properly remembers. Okay? So, and I know because we've matched, we've checked with each other. Because it's the same scenario. It's not different scenarios for different people, okay? That's not the case. It's not everybody's heaven is different. Just like everybody's indexical point of view is different. Like, no. Everybody's indexical point of view in heaven is different too. You do have an indexical point of view, okay? You do have your individual subjective point of view in heaven. You do not dissolve your soul, your spirit, your identity. It is not taken away. The Buddhists are mistaken about that. You do not return to source and return to peaceful blindness and not beingness. That does not happen. You remain being you, the real deep down you. And when you start to actually be that real you in the world changes massively. Now, who says this? Who says that you can be the real you and the world changes massively? Artists. What? Well, singers, actors, painters. Just watch and listen to what they say about their success and how they did it and how they urge everybody else to do it too. It is enough for everyone. But people don't pay attention. I'm an artist. This is why I'm changing the world. This is why I'm an artist. This is why I'm here. Why are you here? Really? Ask yourself, truly, in the chat, ask yourself, why are you here on earth, alive in this time? Really? If you think mechanistically and your answer is because my parents fucked. Hi, young soul. Majority of the people in the chat that watch this, I mean, you're watching live now, but this will be watched subsequently by thousands of people, as you see from my videos, get watched by thousands of people, by a lot more people than I have subs. I'm asking you guys who are watching this post live stream, why are you here? If you have never asked yourself that question, why have you never asked yourself that question? If you have asked yourself that question, what is your answer? Write it in a comment, share it, or keep it private. Up to you. I will not be coming and checking comments, that's for sure. Write anything you want. Other people will debate with you. If you come here going on about how much of a crackpot this guy is and all of that, wonderful. Other people will debate with you and other people will wipe the floor with you. I've seen the comments, I've seen what happens. You're at a loss. Globe believers, your world is dead. You're carrying a dead world. You're carrying a stillborn. 1 second. Just bear with me. 1 minute, guys. Tell you what, while I do this, I will play Lost on You again. Just give me a second. Because I need a pee. find Lost on You, wherever it is. I'm going to come and hang out with you in the chat shortly, by the way, guys, because this is my last one for the foreseeable future. I mean, if Taboo Conspiracy issues a public apology explaining clearly, because if he doesn't explain clearly, I'm knocking on his door. So, explaining clearly who told him those lies and why he repeated those lies, okay? He should have enough discernment. He should have asked Jesus to tell him, is it true or not? You piece of shit. I say this, no animosity, but I will call you a piece of shit because you're a piece of shit, you fucking cunt. You cunt. You should have asked the Lord to tell you, is this true? Because he would have told you, you fucking retard. Right, Lost on You, there it is. Then there's my video, me looking gormless. It always does this for some reason. Oh, by the way, here. So, just to illustrate a point, that there will always be assholes. In the Bible, they say, what will we do with the poor? And Jesus says, we will always have the poor. You might as well translate that for, what do we do with the retards? And Jesus says, we will always have retards. What do we do with the morons? And he says, there will always be morons. Why am I saying this? Look, this video has more than 500 million views. It has 3 million thumbs up. It has 106 thumbs down. That's people who watched this and decided not just that they did not like it. Okay, if I'm listening to a song and I don't like it, I stop listening to it. It's very simple. No. They thought, oh, I didn't like that, and I think that I should let her know that I did not appreciate it. See, look, 106,000 people that are morons. Jesus said, we will always have the morons. So, I'm going to go back to the beginning. Hopefully it'll play all the way through. And I'm going to go for a pee. I'll be straight back.
When you get older, plainer, saner, will you remember all the danger we came from? Burning like embers, falling tender, longing for the days of no surrender years ago. And will you know? So smoke 'em if you got 'em, 'cause it's going down. All I ever wanted was you. I'll never get to heaven 'cause I don't know how. Let's raise our glass up to all the things I've lost on you. Oh, tell me I've lost on you. Oh, just as you would cut me. Everything I've lost on you is that lost on you. Is that lost on you? Baby, is that lost on you? Is that lost on you? Wish that I could see the nations understand the joy of
Expectations sink. What the hell?
expectations in your mind. Hold me like you never lost your patience. Tell me that you love me more than hate me all the time. And you're still mine. So smoke 'em if you got 'em.
And now I'm going to give you a different interpretation of that. Obviously that's kind of clear what she's talking about, okay? But I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, interpretation. Picture that song being sung by Gollum to Smeagol. Picture that song being sung by every single husband to a wife, to every single father, to the mother of their children. Picture that song is being sung by your ego to your id. Picture that song being sung by the Great Spirit to you. You see, there are many interpretations. Choose your interpretation. It's up to you. Very, very thin. Still very thin. It will come. It will come. Where was I? I bit my cheek yesterday. You hate it when you bite your cheek, and then you kind of almost bite it a few more times because you've made a small sore. Dagnabbit. Anyway, I forget where I was. Oh, I have a little trick, which is rewind this live stream. That will tell me where I was before I went to the toilet. If I can do it. Error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth stream. Why is it not receiving enough video? Huh? What's this error for? I'm not connected through Wi-Fi. I'm connected directly to the router. Okay, YouTube. So look, one of the reasons I'm leaving YouTube, I will be on Instagram because my daughter runs that, but one of the reasons I'm leaving YouTube is that I'm going to be a lot more successful and achieve a lot more when I have full control. And YouTube does not let you have full control. So, fuck YouTube, fuck you, YouTube, fuck you. You understand? Fuck you. Your days are counted, YouTube, because of how you've been behaving. You're getting sued by the Germans. You're going to lose massively a lot of money, Google. And we have the video evidence, and they have the video evidence. So you're screwed. It's just a matter of time. You can delay it with the courts, but it doesn't matter. Eventually, the court case ends, and you're being fought by a powerful German steel industry union that has branched out to encompass followers or members of Facebook, YouTube, and other places. So you're fucked, YouTube. So bye bye. Now back to what I was, where I was going. Let me open another channel so I can see whatever it is that I was talking about. Sorry, I don't need to do that. Forget it. I will just go back here. Sorry, I was juggling windows to myself here. I thought I was showing you what I was juggling. Oops. There, you can't fall off the floor, can you? Yeah, back to interpretation. So, that song, being sung by your ego to your id. You see, the ego is masculine. You hear? Everything is both things, okay? The ego is masculine. The id is feminine. The ego is hard and front-facing. The id is timid and quiet. The ego is man. The id is woman. You might be offended by that, but fuck you if you are, I don't care. It's true. The ego is masculine, and the id is feminine. God is masculine and the whole of creation is feminine. You understand? That's how it goes. That's why God is father and earth is mother. It's not just earth. It's also sky, it's also water, it's also tree, it's also fish. Everything that is physical, that is created, is female. It was created by two interacting forces, one encapsulated in a form and the other not encapsulated in a form. The form that is encapsulated is called water. That is woman, that is female, that is Gaia. The spirit that requires an interaction with water in order to create anything at all, that spirit is two things at the same time. The same way that water is both water and thing that is the source for creation. The spirit is two things. It is male and it is creative. But more than that, it is, how do I put it? I'm thinking of the best way to frame this, to phrase this anyway. In the same way that water is a liquid and also the source of everything that exists, including gold, everything, so the creator, the father, the heavenly father, you never hear about the heavenly mother. It does not mean that there is no heavenly mother. That's a stupid thing to think. If you have a father, there has to be a mother, okay? So the father is two things also. One is he is the creator, creates, generates, maintains. And the other thing that he is energetic. I explain this in the new book. I'm not going to tell you right now what that energy is or does, but you can prove it to yourselves, and I show you in the book how to do it. I show you in the book how it's already been done, but the things have just not been put together. And it's so clear. It's just as clear as the earth being flat. And people going, no, it's a ball because pictures on TV and school. And you go, look again, dude. It's the same thing. Yeah, I'm going to teach you. Okay, so. Id is woman, ego is man. Has there been a battle or a war on the id? Or has there been a battle and a war on the ego? Ask yourself. Is ego something that's applauded? Or is it something like bravado? And bravado, by the way, doesn't mean fake bravery. It's a bastardization of bravo, which means brave in Spanish. Bravado. It's just a bastardization. It doesn't exist in Spanish. Okay? The word is bravo, same as in Italian. It means brave. You have to have ego to be brave. If you don't have ego, you cannot be brave. There is nothing to be brave. Man is ego. We have been told, drop your ego. That means drop your balls. Leave them outside. In here we're civil. In here we don't raise our voices. In here we listen patiently. Fuck that shit. If you hear you're listening patiently, great. Then you fucking stay there. I'm going there where we can fucking shout. But we want to come and listen. Fuck off. See, that's how it goes. Golf course horse. You understand? Golf courses were for men. Why? Because men made them. Why? To get away from the fucking women. Why? Because we need to sometimes. We need to fucking get away from you because you're a fucking pain in the ass because you keep telling us to stop having our nature, to stop being what we are. That's interesting. Whilst you claim that we stop you from being what you are, you continuously and persistently for more than 50 years in the West have been devaluing and undermining men. And men are waking up and saying, shut the fuck up, woman, because I'm man and you're woman, and there's a threat here. You understand? Man is strong and woman is loving. That's the situation. If you give me shit, I will crack you one. So don't give me fucking shit. And when people say, you should never hit a woman, really? Why don't you look at the Quran and see what it says there? In fact, why don't you look at the Bible? Is it okay to hit women? No, never okay. Okay, what about if I stone her? Is that okay? Because it is in the Bible. And in the Quran, it tells you, when you instruct a woman and she doesn't obey you, instruct her a second time. If she again doesn't obey you, instruct her a third time. If she again a third time does not obey you, as in do what you tell her to do, like an order. The man is given an order. If the woman does not follow it, hit her, strike her, because a dog that does not obey you will never obey you unless you strike it. That's what it says in the Quran. Why does it say that in the Quran? Why are Arab men so much more masculine than Western men? Because it says so in the Quran. That's why it says, men, be men. Your job is to be strong so that you can look after the woman and the children. But if the woman gives you shit and stops you being strong, you give her a fucking crack so that she fucking stops undermining you. And the woman knows that this is in the Quran. And because this is in the Quran, the woman doesn't give him shit. You understand how clever that is? The guy doesn't have to give her a crack at all. It's in the Quran, she knows. Because the guy's not going to say, I want you to do something impossible, just on a whim. No, the guy is saying, we've been doing this for this, don't fucking ruin it by doing that. We're going to do this. And she carries on doing that, saying, no, we're going to do this. She carries on fucking... It has to stop. There has to be, ultimately, a boss in a relationship. Now, it's true that there can be a boss in one area and then a boss in another area that's a different boss in the same relationship. That's the ideal relationship. Not one boss for everything. It'd be very taxing for that guy and very appalling for the woman. Okay? It's supposed to be a partnership. It's supposed to be balanced. The man is supposed to do the woman's bidding. And the woman is supposed to obey the man. Do you understand? The man is supposed to instinctively do what he knows is the best for the woman, or what he knows the woman wants because she's literally told him. That's what we are supposed to do in a partnership, okay? Man and woman, that is. And also lesbian, and gay man. Same situation, okay? We are supposed to do women's bidding. What's bidding? What is to bid? What does that mean? Bidding. Someone's bidding. They don't have to bid in an auction. They just have to let it be known. They don't have to make an order, they just let it be known. And the man goes and does it because he knows that that's what's required. But men and women are different. Men can't just let it be known what they would like and women run around and do it. Like happens the other way around, which is women let known what they want and men run around doing it, including running around to other countries to die. Yeah, getting shot and in jails and stuff in other countries. Yeah, because that's what the men do, isn't it? It's the man that goes and dies for the family, not the woman. No, don't fool yourself. It's the man that goes abroad to die for the family, not the mother. Sorry if it's a bit too true. Not the wife. not the daughter. Now women have joined the army. Wow, rah rah. How many women have joined the army? What percentage of any army of the world is woman? So get down off your high horse, woman, and be a fucking woman. And let the men be the men. Understood? Because men have had enough. The pendulum always swings to an extreme. It swung to the extreme where women were saying, my boy is a girl. That's the extreme it swung to. Not just, I want my boy to not be masculine. No, my boy is a girl. That's the extreme to which it swung. Now it's swinging back. You see, men are waking up and saying, fucking no chance. Nope. Nope. I'll go to prison. Don't give a fuck. No. See, that's what happens. Because men, apart from other things, have courage. Real men have courage. That's why it's manly to have courage. There are lots of cowardly men, like Taboo Conspiracy, who don't have courage. So those guys are not real men. They're masculine, or they have balls and testicles, penis, but they're not real men. Real men are real men. Real men, if someone says they're a rapist, they go to them and say, you fucking what? Care to explain, bitch? That's what real men do, you see. So, 1 second. Oh. I've got music playing in the background very quietly. Wow, this is in Catalan. It's called La Puerta del Cielo by Enigma, and it's sung in Catalan, my language. Just language of the slaves, of the Spanish slaves. Slaves of more than 500 years. So, excuse me, if I put blackface, you can suck my fucking cock if you think you're going to take offence because of fucking slavery. Understood? 500 years, my people have been slaves to Spain. But I'm closing, I'm not making more videos. I wanted to make one with blackface to explain everything to people who take offence on behalf of other people. I've literally said nigger on this channel. And I have black followers who are still black followers. They still follow me, and they're still obviously black. Why do they still follow me? Why do they still communicate with me? Because they see what I'm doing. If you stop the racist person using the language that is natural to them, then you've hidden racism. Would it be better if racism was hidden or overt? You see, we already have laws to deal with it. So now let's make it overt. Let the racist person be racist. They'll lose the business. That's what will happen. They will just lose the business. Let the racist be racist. Let the racist say nigger in the way that the racist wants to say it. Let them. Let everybody see who they are for what they are. And you see, the black guys, they know this. Say, ha, you used to call us nigger. Now we call each other nigger. What you're going to use to offend us now? Bitch. Nigger? You think that's going to offend us? Try it. See what happens. Very clever. Urban wit is very useful. Very, very clever. So black guys calling each other nigger, and the conspiracy theory that that's all undermining. It's like, you're wrong again. Speak to black people. Talk. Have black friends that are real friends, not token gesture friends. Real fucking friends that have different ethnic backgrounds. Hang out with them. Be friends with them. You'll find out. You'll learn. You'll see. Anyway. Sorry, half of me is listening to the song. Okay, so me saying the fact that I've said things that should be offensive to people who take offense at what people say, not what people do, what people say, and explain, I've literally said the word nigger. Have I? Am I racist? Is that why I've said the word? Come on. I'm actually urging things to be changed so that real racists can show their racism. So that folk can go, oh, you're a racist, fuck you then. I know racist white people. I know them. They were friends until I learned that they were racist. Just a couple of comments. It's like, see you later. Just a couple. It just takes a couple of comments. It just slips out. Racist with racist, it just slips out. Yeah, it's a packy. Sorry, what? Martin Lidker? But I have black friends. Really? Well, you just refer to people as packy. Are you sure they're not Sri Lankan? Or Indian? Or Bangladeshi? Wait. Love this song. Yeah, so I'm quitting YouTube. I'm going to get on with other stuff. If you want to follow me on Instagram, there'll be updates of things that I'm doing there. When I finish the book, I'm doing... My days are so full every day. Okay, so... my days are so full that I'm finding it difficult to actually finish the drawings for the book. The book itself is finished. I've been considering adding some new elements to it along with the drawings. The most recent things to do with the cancer and all of that, because I don't go into it in the book. Obviously, I was writing it before I had the diagnosis, and then once I knew I had it, I was still writing it, and then once I got it, I continued writing it. Okay. Anyway, that's not important. I've been considering adding to it some of the information that I have arrived at. To do with health, well-being, cancer, how to kill cancer, how to get rid of cancer. But I'm not going to. I will do that as a standalone leaflet. What I'm going to do is tell you guys now how to do it. Okay? So, you might as well grab a pen and paper so that you can write things down. Otherwise, you will have to rewind, find where I'm saying this, and jot it down. So, I'm going to give you 2 minutes to grab pen and paper. And yes, every cancer. What I'm going to tell you is every cancer. All cancers are the same. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to explain to you. So, pen and paper. Tell you what, I'm going to wait until I have 10 X's in the chat. And I'm trusting that the people who are typing X really have pen and paper and that they're not just typing it so that I will go on to the point. Danny Diesel. Dude, you're such a dude. I'm coming to see you in America. It will be after the new year. But there are 2 people in America that I'm 100% going to see. Because I want a hug. I mean, that's not really why, but one is you and the other is Harmon Walker. And then there's a whole bunch of other people, Dan Falconback, but I'm not going for Dan Falconback or Matt Powerland, who I'm also going to see, and Ben Taboo Conspiracy. I'm not going for them. I'm going to see them because I'm going for Danny Diesel and Harmon Walker. And if you feel offended that I said that, then how about you come to me, bitch? Obviously, I'm not talking to you or Harmon because I'm going to see you. So, oh, right, so, expose things. Matt Powerland, your wife is a CIA agent. Come on, open your fucking eyes. She told you she was married to a CIA guy. Huh? She then got baptized, were born again, and then found you. And then in a chat, literally said in a chat on your own channel, in the chat, because you obviously don't read the chats, because your ego is very, very male, which is fucking fantastic, but something slipped you by, okay? Who do you think bugged your place? You think it was Harmon, or you think it was her? Who do you think she contacted telling that you were a narcissist, Bath Powerland? Your wife contacted me telling me that she was afraid for her life, she was in the bathroom and you were screaming, and that you were a narcissist and that she didn't know what to do. I have the evidence. I showed it to Dan Falcon back. Math, you've been infiltrated. Of course, dude. Don't you realise who you are? And now she has a baby. Ding. Hook forever. So, what else? Yeah, now I'm going to tell you. I'm looking in the chat. I'm looking for X's, but my chat is kind of playing up. I see Jason Rogers. There you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. More than 10. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I will go back and read all the comments that are highlighted with my name. In fact, usually after I stream, the next day obviously, I go back and I read all of the comments to see what was going on, you know. And sometimes I will reply in a comment under the video, but I'm not going to do that this time because I'm not coming back to this video. But if you've written my name in highlights, I will be coming back and I will be reading your comment, okay? Don't think it's been wasted, and because earlier I said don't highlight my name because it's distracting, that I have any kind of resentment. I'm just saying, I was just saying for then, please don't, because if I catch it out of the corner of my eye, it distracts me. But I will be covering all of your messages that are highlighted. Matt Powerland, you've been infiltrated, your wife is CIA. In your chat one time, she actually wrote, this was back when you were doing Hangouts with Breakfast, Matt Powerland. By the way, if any of you know Matt Powerland, ask him to watch this, because he obviously doesn't watch, okay? Ask him to watch this. Otherwise, he would have freaking done the map. He would have picked up the map and he would have pushed the map, okay? He should have done the map. See, Math, dude, you fucking lost out there, didn't you? You should have spent the time to draw the map. Instead, I had to fucking do it. Now I get the fucking glory. I don't want the fucking glory. I would have much rather you have done it and then I would have fucking used it. But no, I had to fucking do it because you didn't. Why didn't you? Because you were sidelined. Why? Because your fucking wife is CIA, that's why. So, in one of your own chats, I don't know if it's still there, but if you care to look, you'll find it. In one of your own chats, before you were playing the guitar, you were sitting down having breakfast. Remember when she was pregnant? Right, so shortly after that, you started doing the guitar and she was playing sometimes. By the way, that is not how you learn the guitar. Unless you can repeat what you've done, you're not learning the guitar, okay? It's a cacophony. That's why you're losing views. It's a cacophony. Listen, listen. I'm being honest with you, Math. It's a fucking cacophony. You're not documenting how you learn to play the guitar, because you cannot learn to play the guitar the way you're going about it. You have to be able to repeat. If you cannot repeat, it's a cacophony. Right. So, show that you can repeat. If you can repeat any sequence 3 or 4 times, the same sequence, not the same bar chord, okay? The same sequence, the same combination with the same rhythm. Okay? If you can repeat it 3 or 4 times, I'll take it back. But you won't be able to, because I've seen what you've been doing. That's not how you learn to play the guitar. There are various different ways to learn how to play the guitar, and not a single one of them is the way you've been going about it. So I don't know why your wife hasn't told you, because it's her job to tell you things like that. Okay? Or at least your close pals. Right, anyway. In a chat, I'm chatting and Dan Falconback is there, a whole bunch of us are there, and something about how she married you. She starts a conversation. Hey, Antonio, there's the other artist, and somebody was talking with her about artists and what, and she says in the chat, talk about undermining you, okay? Math Powerland, Matthew Boylan, be yourself, okay? Fuck that Math Powerland. You have no power land. Okay, You're Math Boylan, okay? Don't betray your fucking heritage. So, she says in the chat, it was between Math and Antonio, and I chose Math because it was easier to get. In your own chat, go and find it. You'll see. What kind of woman does that? What kind of woman writes that? About how she decided that she had a choice of two men. It doesn't quite work like that, you see. We have to volunteer to be picked. You can't just pick us. We're going to say, no, no thanks. You understand how it works, love? How she had a choice of two, me and Math, and she chose Math because of the convenience. Why did she write that? To undermine you. Why? Because if you're undermined, you're not as successful as you would be if you were not undermined. You understand? That's why you're so unsuccessful since you married her. Are you more successful now or before you married her? Think about it. In terms of real success, not in terms of revenue. That's not the same as success, okay? And you know it. In terms of revenue, no. Success. How much have you achieved, Math, since you married her? Anyway, so that was just a quick message to Math Powerland, who I will be going to see. Obviously, his wife was Scarpa when I'm going to see, and but it doesn't matter to me. It matters nothing. And when I go to see Math, I'm going to Las Vegas because I'm going to see my old Thai boxing instructor. That's right, Master Toddy. Look it up. Master Toddy. Toddy. Okay? Look it up. He's not far from you, Math. That's my old Thai boxing instructor, or Muay Thai instructor. So, just a little segue. 3 Thai fighters left Thailand in the 1960s. Thai boxing was popularized in the West because of 3 Thai boxing masters who left Thailand in the 1960s. Master Woody, Master Toddy, and Master Sken. Master Woody was the senior. Master Toddy was Woody's head instructor, and Master Sken was Toddy's primary student. Master Sken was world champion. These are the 3 guys that brought Thai boxing out of Thailand and why we have Muay Thai everywhere now. Okay? Well, Master Toddy, his gym was a gym of world champions. We had 15 world champions, and in the whole world, there were 18 world champions. 15 of them in my gym. Ronnie Green, my gym. Eddie the Hawk Edwards, my gym. Anne Holmes, my gym. Anne Quinlan, my gym. I trained with all these women. Ella Yi, my gym. All of these world champions. I was due to be a world champion, and then things failed because of my sight, because of contact lenses. My optician refused to give me the sporting lenses because it tore the ancillary muscles, and fair enough, but that's by the by. I've had an eye operation. I don't need contact lenses now. I'm getting back into it. George Foreman became world champion at age 40 again, and at age 50 again. I'm reaching 50. I will be world champion. That's right. So anyway, but that's not important. It's just one of the things that you will see. So those guys brought Thai boxing out of Thailand, settled in Manchester. All 3 of them settled in Manchester. In fact, tell you a funny little story. And I am going to tell you all about the cancer guys, by the way. I don't think I've forgotten. Tell you a funny little story. They're in London. They're in Hyde Park, and they're training. Okay, because in Thailand you train outdoors. Half the time they're outdoors training. Most of their gyms only have a small part that's covered for when it's chucking it down. The rest is literally outdoors. Okay. Open air. It's Thailand. It's a tropical country. They're in Hyde Park and they're training, and people are throwing them money, thinking that they're doing it as a show. And Master Toddy, not understanding that they're doing it to say, "Oh, great show, thanks," not understanding this, is grabbing the money and throwing it at the people because he was insulted. Anyway, that's just a funny story. Oh, and then Master Toddy was in The Man with the Golden Gun, the James Bond film. Goldfinger? No, The Man with the Golden Gun. The one that starts off with a karate fight, where yeah, that guy, that film. And then Master Scan was in the first Batman. Yeah. Anyway. Cancer. So, to round that up, I'm going to see Matt Powerland when I go to America, and then I'm going to see Master Toddy when I'm in America, of course. I'm going to become an instructor with his brother, who was his head instructor, called Master A, who still teaches in Manchester. His name is Sumopat Sitiwatjana, just like Master Toddy's name is Tosafon Sitiwatjana. Master A, awesome guy, just a brilliant, brilliant guy. Tell you a quick story about Master A before I go into the cancer. I'm in Manchester. This is before I start doing Thai boxing. I'm 16 years old, okay? I was doing Kung Fu at the time. Sorry, no, not 16. 15, okay? Because I started Thai boxing when I was 15. And became a national champion 3 months later. Just so you know. I'm waiting at a bus stop. Anybody who knows Manchester will be familiar. You've got the A6 and it reaches Piccadilly, okay? I'm at a bus stop where the Spa is near Piccadilly, opposite the Portland Hotel. This is the A6 that goes all the way to London, and past here it goes all the way to Scotland, but never mind that. So, I'm just waiting for the bus, and I look to my left, and the whole of the road from one side of the street to the other is skinheads. Okay? Turns out there was some kind of demonstration. Skinheads, maybe, I don't know, 7,000 or 8,000 skinheads quietly marching up to, I suppose, the town hall. And I'm watching, and everybody moves back towards the wall, okay? Because there's thousands of freaking skinheads walking. Okay, so everybody stands up against the wall. I was already standing up against the wall, watching and thinking, And just about as they get abreast of me, this little guy with a bag, a sports bag, and I mean little as in short, as if he hadn't noticed that there was a crowd of skinheads, and the skinheads, looking straight ahead, as he approaches, they just calmly give way to him, as if they haven't given way to this Asian guy. That Asian guy was Master A, and he really had not noticed. He was in his own world, he was whistling, He had not noticed that the crowd of people he was walking through was not a normal crowd of people, because like they were literally across the whole street, there were no traffic, okay? I watched this guy go all the way, all of them, they part like the ocean. All the way. I think, who's that guy? They did not mess with that guy at all. Not a single one of them. And by the time he's gone through, like all of them, eventually they've all gone past me. I think, okay, you're not really what people portray you to be, are you, skinheads? And that's because they're not. The skinheads are not what people portray them to be. Anyway, the next week I go to Master Toddy's, I join Master Toddy's. I recognised the little dude. It was Master A. He became my instructor. I explained to him, I saw you, he didn't even know. Anyway, forget that. It's just a funny little story. He is absolutely awesome. Now, Jason Rogers has written something, do at least 25 push-ups and at least 25 real sit-ups every hour. Jason Rogers, to the Book of the Sun. I have it under control. Look, I'll show you. I'm going to show you. Just give me a second. I really appreciate what you've written, by the way. And get this, Jason, I will set my phone and I will do that. Okay? Every hour, I will do 25 push-ups, slow push-ups, and 25 real slow sit-ups. Okay? But now I'm going to show you something. Just a second, just so you understand. 1 sec. Have you ever seen a boxer or an MMA fighter when he cuts weight? Don't think that because I'm thin, I'm weak. Okay? Just because I'm thin does not mean I'm weak. Let me show you with a bit of contrast. And those of you going, what's he doing? So look, you need to understand something. Any negative ideas, comments that you might have, they're damaging you, they're not damaging me. Okay? Do you see how I'm kind of ripped? I'm not tensed at all. Like really, I'm not tensed. Okay? When I was 17, I was bigger than I am now in terms of musculature. But I'm stronger now than when I was 17. And I'm faster now than when I was 17, believe it or not. And this is only a period. By Christmas time, I will literally, I've been telling everybody, by Christmas time, I will literally look like a Marvel superhero. That's the physique that I will have. Oh, what's it doing? What's all this flexing? It's my YouTube channel. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Do you understand? If you have a problem with it, fuck off. Did you hear? If you have a problem with it, fuck off. You see? You see how it works? Have a problem with it? Fuck off. Leave a comment if you want about having a problem. It's okay. Other people will battle you for me. Anyway, there you go. Just wanted to show that because I'm aware that people are concerned about my weight loss and all of this. The weight loss is part of the treatment. And now I'm going to explain about how to kill cancer. Okay? Now I'm going to explain how to kill cancer. So, pen and paper. Listen, Jason. Every hour, I got used to, when I was treating the cancer, which I'm no longer really treating, now I'm just following a very, very healthy routine. That Adam Meakin, by the way, is a saint. Just thought I'd mention that. And so is his friend. And Adam knows who I mean. And so he's his friend who watches this. There are real saints in this world. There are real angels in this world. But people don't know it. They think, oh no, it's all just fable. Right, okay. That's okay, carry on. Don't look into the Mothman. Don't look into Indrid Cold. No. Just leave that alone. Don't go there. Do not look into the Mothman or the Mothman prophecies. Do not look into the Mothman and do not look into Indrid Cold. Okay? If you think the angels and that is all silliness, yeah, just leave that alone. Do not go there. It will break your world. Anyway, fitness. Jason, would I said that I will set my alarm so that it goes off every hour, and every hour wherever I am, even if I'm driving, I will pull up. I won't put it off until I stop. I will literally pull up as soon as I can. I will get out and I will do 25 press-ups and 25 sit-ups. Okay? And the fact that I'm saying it is telling you this will happen, because I do not say things that I don't do, because that would be the same as being dishonest. So yeah, I will do. Thanks, Jason. Yeah, so part of it, when I look like a Marvel superhero, remember guys, the actors who play the superheroes are human beings. They have those physiques. They are human beings. Those physiques are possible. They're available. You can have one too if you want. You just have to go and do it. Listen to Chris Pratt explaining. He tells you what it took for him to go from fatty in Parks and Recreation to the Star-Lord in Lords of the Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy. So I'm doing the same. You see, I said to the oncologist, I will come back here at Christmas time with the all clear, and when I have the all clear, and you know it has been a long protracted process, will you still say to yourself, spontaneous remission, knowing it has been a long protracted process? Will you still say spontaneous remission? The oncologist did this. We're familiar with this with flat earthers, okay? With the glow blink, triple blink, or the stare, but with me it's mainly the triple blink that they do, of cognitive dissonance. He then looked to the side and then looked at me, and that's when I saw the actual human being. And he said, Antonio, to be honest with you, I would just be happy to see you. No. I will just be happy to see you. That's what he said. Okay? And then he left, and that's when I said to the Macmillan nurse, that's the first time the human being spoke. Did you see? And she went, because until then it was just a mouthpiece for the hospital and the oncology department, and that's all that he was. Talking shit about there being no tumour markers. Get this, folks, okay? Dr. Sykes of the Christie's Hospital said there are no tumour markers for poorly differentiated squamous cell head and neck carcinoma. You might do a search, it might take you less than 5 minutes like it did with me to find the actual code, the actual term that's used by oncologists for the tumour marker. So there are two. One is the actual tumour marker for that specific cancer, and the second is a tumour marker for any solid tumour. Okay? According to Mr. Sykes or Dr. Sykes, there are no tumour markers for that kind of cancer. Also, according to him, that kind of cancer is only going to grow. That really? Well, I'm speaking to you through a mouth that can speak. I actually said to him, speaking to you through a mouth that can speak, when the tumour was so large that I couldn't even speak. So I think you just said something that's false, and you shouldn't say that because you're a doctor. You should not lie. Maybe you should have said, in your opinion or from your experience, but I'm telling you right now, you're wrong. So now I'm going to tell you guys how to get rid of cancer. Okay? Get ready, guys. Jot this down. First, the most important thing to understand about cancer. Cancer is not there to kill you. Cancer is literally the opposite. The fact that you have cancer indicates that your body has been struggling to keep you alive. All of those free radicals could have crossed the blood-brain barrier and given you the kind of death that goes down on the pathology report as cause of death unknown. Okay? A single free radical can do that. Why do I say that? Because a minuscule. How minuscule? About as minuscule as the gap between the synapses. That's right. The gap. You know the neurons transmitting and receiving? That gap. That's how small the free radicals are. Tiny, tiny. Put it this way. They're so small that for 1 gram of tumour, it takes 1 billion free radicals. That's kind of tiny, yeah? If they cross the blood-brain barrier, which they can because they're a human cell, they have ID, they have ID, they can pass, okay? If they cross the synapse that runs your heartbeat, for instance, or that reacts and responds to your heartbeat, because first it's the heartbeat and then the body echoing, the brain echoing, okay, not the other way around. If it stops the echo, the heartbeat stops, you die, like my friend Janine, and cause of death unknown. So, when your body finds free radicals, it grabs them and it rehabilitates them or disposes of them, okay? By rehabilitates, I mean it actually cannibalizes them. They can't be rehabilitated, they can't be healed, okay? But they can be cannibalized, as in, here's a free, I'm going to explain it again. Here's a normal cell, okay? This side, and this is just for illustration, okay? But it is pretty close to the truth. Here is a cell. They tend to be flat disc-like. Oh dear, but we thought it was balls. No, 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 it's the atoms that are balls because they are conjunctions of lots and lots of filaments. I explain it in the new book, but never mind that. And there's video evidence of this. Oh, yes, actual video evidence that the atom is actually a nexus point of energy beams. That's right, video evidence. But never mind that. And when I say crossing point of energy beams, I mean the energy crossing over is what makes the atom. Okay? The atom is spherical as a result of the void, the hole inside the tube of the filament. If you cross two of them, you have an odd shape. If you cross three, eventually when you cross more and more, you have what appears to be a sphere, but it is empty inside because it is a tube, it is a filament. That's why inside it is empty. Yeah? Okay. So, this side can consume. All cells need nutrition and need to get rid of waste. All human cells. There's not a single one that does not participate in that relationship with nature. Okay? All living things have to consume and get rid of waste. It doesn't mean they have to consume food. Okay? You can live without consuming food. I will go into that. But you are still consuming. You're consuming oxygen and you're consuming humidity. So, never mind that. Here's the cell. It breaks. Why does it break? Radiation, toxicity, violent thoughts against yourself, against your nature. You know, the world telling you you're wrong being who you are. Yeah? Or even yourself telling you that you're wrong being who you are. Yeah? Doesn't matter which. What matters is free radical. This one can consume. This one can defecate. When it splits, a membrane quickly fuses here so that this one, or either a membrane fuses or this happens. But this can only eat, it cannot defecate. Okay? So it's up to you whether you want to think of it like this. Two halves with a membrane here and a membrane here. Or if you want to think of it like, so can eat but not defecate, can defecate but not eat, okay? Equivalent to a human who has been cut in half on the street but is still alive and breathing, okay? Human cut in half, still alive and breathing. What do the authorities, what do the other cells do when that happens? Think about it. There's a human on the street, have been cut in half by a tram. What do the other cells do? They panic. They grab that. They try to help it. They take it to a place where they hope it will be helped. A hospital. Okay? The body doesn't have hospitals, but it has other cells that react the same. So when you have two free radicals out of one cell, as in two halves of one human body, when you have 2 free radicals out of 1 cell, the body responds the same. Quick, emergency, we need to take these things and put them there. Now I'm going to drop that analogy and shift to a different analogy, which is troubled teenagers with blowtorches. Okay? So, this is what actually happens in the real world. Forget that. Now we're going to use the analogy of troubled teenagers with blowtorches. Okay? You can't have troubled teenagers with blowtorches running around town. Why not? Because they are troubled teenagers with blowtorches. Okay? They're not fully working beings. And they can cause harm. Same as the free radicals. Okay? Because the free radical can attach itself to anything that it will take, and the body will try to rehabilitate it by sending capillaries to feed it. And when it's attached like this, the body will generate a gap so that the part that cannot defecate can actually feed, and the part that can only feed and not defecate can get rid of waste. See? That's what actually happens. How do you know all this, Antonio? I've been researching cancer since 2008. It's all there, available. It's all published. Everything that I've been doing is literally scientifically proven to combat and eliminate cancer. There are other things than the things I've been doing. Some people use simply prayer. I'm going to tell you an awesome story that somebody told me yesterday who's Muslim, so he doesn't lie, and it's somebody that he knows. Okay, so, and also his uncle had the same kind of cancer that I had for 25 years. Still has it now. 25 years he's had it. They didn't tell me that. No. What they said is, we think it might be too late, maybe we can't help you. Yeah, it's metastasized, it's moved to other organs. Oh dear. That's terrible, isn't it? Thank you for your information, I say through a voice that can speak. When 3 months it couldn't speak because the tumour was that bad, and it has shrunk between then and now in 3 months. But yeah, carry on. Carry on telling me how gadolinium is not radioactive. Piece of shit. And there will be people who comment, gadolinium is not radioactive. It's like, really? How does it shine? In the imaging system, what makes it shine more? What is it? What is it that makes it have more contrast, which is what it's for? It's a contrast agent. What is it that has that reactive energy? So energy from the MRI and energy back. What does this energy back thing? Just anything? Do they use radioactive sugar? Radioactive sugar. That's sugar that has been made radioactive by bombarding it with filaments of energy. So, do they use radioactive sugar for scans? Yes. Did they used to use radioactive iodine for scans? Yes. Why did they stop using radioactive iodine for scans? Because iodine kills cancer. Oh God, no, you didn't say that. Yes. Iodine is one of the things that kills cancer. That's why it's given to people where they've been in highly radioactive areas. Okay? So, you can make it radioactive, but it is still iodine. See? So, did they used to use radioactive iodine for contrast agent? Yes. Why not just iodine? Why make it radioactive? Oh, so it will shine more. Oh, okay. Tell me again about how gadolinium is not radioactive, half-wit. So anyway, she's going to get struck off. Dr. Ramamurthy. You better start looking for different work. You've got maybe 6 months, maybe 8 months. But you will be gone. You can't lie to people. Anyway, and you've done this twice because you did it with my friend Rick. Same thing, same cancer. Same thing, instead of 6 months misdiagnosed. Instead of 8 months misdiagnosed like I was, it was 6 months misdiagnosed. You, Dr. Ramamurthy. I read his letters. I saw the signature. It was you who told me gadolinium's not radioactive. Dumbass. Anyway, right, now fully onto the cancer. First, understand cancer is your body's way of saying it has been struggling to keep you alive because you have been doing things that are bad for your body. Whatever those things are, you will find out. When you get cancer and you treat it yourself and you get rid of it yourself, you will know what it is that you've been doing wrong. And it can be your environment, it can be a whole bunch of stuff, but it will always come down to you didn't look after yourself well. Not somebody else, you. You didn't look after yourself. That's what it comes down to. You didn't listen. You didn't listen to yourself. You didn't do what you didn't live how you should live, how you know you should live. You know, if there's somebody who gives you, right, let me give you an example. If there's something in life that you think you should challenge, but you are not challenging because other things in life have been telling you not to challenge it, but you deeply think you should challenge it, and you have not challenged it, that's the kind of thing that gives you cancer, okay? You not following your God-given nature. See, God didn't make cancer to kill little babies. That's stupid. God made a device that has fail-safes. The ultimate fail-safe is you die and you wake up in heaven. That's the ultimate thing. It's like, well, it wasn't that big of a deal, was it? But when you're not doing the right thing, your body, eventually your body says, you're not doing the right thing, you. So you start doing the right thing. Now I'm going to give you a breakdown of what the right thing is. Okay? I'm going to give you a breakdown of what I did, but you don't have to do what I did. Okay? Listen seriously. You do not have to do what I did. You look into it yourself now that you do not have cancer, or at least you do not have a cancer diagnosis. Do your research now. The TED Talks, the Nobel winners, and the research papers. They're there. They're free. They're available. Cancer research institutes make them available. The Lancet, the American Journal of Medicine, they're available. So read the papers. This is what I did. First, MMS. One sec. Okay, this is MMS, but this is boosted MMS. So in here, there's 1.5 mil of sodium chloride with 1.5 mil of citric acid of 50%. Okay, 1.5 mil in a glass, 1.5 mil in the glass. Swish it around, inhale it, smell that chlorine, smell that bleach. Oh, for 30 seconds, then neutralize the reaction with clean water. Natural spring water or distilled water if you can't get natural spring water. Okay? That will stop the reaction, the chemical reaction. Okay? If you wait longer than 30 seconds, it kind of oxidizes. You've lost some of its potency. So it will turn a yellow amber color. So 1.5 mil and 1.5 mil. You can do just 1 mil and 1 mil, or you can do it glass for glass, but you might as well make yourself some volume. Okay. Love this song too. This is LP. This is 1.5 mil. I was doing 1 mil before. Okay. 1 mil and 1 mil. That's equivalent to 1 milligram of sodium bicarbonate. Sodium chloride. Just because it's 1.5 and 1.5 equals 3 does not mean it's 3 of sodium chloride. It's still 1.5 of sodium chloride. Understood? Okay. Water neutralizes the reaction and it stays for a pretty long period of time. You have it in water. Now you put it in a glass bottle. It can be plastic too. Water likes glass more than plastic. Okay, so fill the bottle up with water and just drink it. Between January, when I realized that it was cancer, and March, I was treating it predominantly with MMS. It's not bad. Right, so MMS. Vitamin C. Lots of vitamin C with flavonoids or flavinols or bioflavonoids, however you want to refer to them. Things that make your body have access to vitamin C more readily, otherwise you'll just pee it out. So, and one way to do it is have a load. I'll show you. One thing to do, if you want to make sure that you're actually having enough of the flavinols or flavonoids, or however you want to refer to them, is get a big bag of vitamin C plus, and it has rose hip, which is basically what I'm talking about, or has what I'm talking about. But if you want to make double sure, you take a bunch of these, and I'll tell you what I'm taking, or what I took, and what I still take, just not as much. Have that, and then have just an orange. Have an orange, and eat some of the peel. Definitely eat the pith. There you go, you're guaranteed to have the flavinols, okay, because they're in the orange itself. Or satsuma, tangerine, whatever. Or even strawberries. Strawberries are great. So that's what you take: MMS and vitamin C. Then you see whether or not you can get your hands on cannabis oil, THC oil, and you take that too. And then when you're taking the MMS and you see that it does not continue to grow worse, but it stabilizes. First it stabilizes, it stops growing, and then very slowly starts to shrink, but very slowly, okay? So the MMS stops it growing. The vitamin C helps it to start to decay. The MMS also makes it decay or shrink. But you have to remember what's actually happening is you have billions of, if you've got like 3 centimeter, 3.5 centimeter, 2.5 centimeter, like I had, we're talking more than a gram each, okay? So that's billions of free radicals that are literally breeding, okay? They've been taken from wherever they were in the body and they've been put in a temporary detention center. But you can't take a bunch of troubled teenagers and stick them in the temporary detention center and just give them PlayStations and food and not expect them to fuck and have babies that would be as retarded as they are, which is what cancer is. So once the tumor is there, it is no longer just the body adding to the tumor by adding free radicals that are around. That does happen, but that's not why the tumor continues to grow. It would be very, very slow growth if that was the case. That goes on, but as that goes on, so does growth of new, retarded, deformed cancer cells within the tumor by the breeding of the replication of the actual broken free radical cells that are being maintained alive by the human body. Your own body is keeping them alive. It is not forcing your body to keep you alive. Your body is voluntarily keeping the cancer alive. Like your body sends capillaries to feed the cancer, to get rid of the waste, because the cancer, the body recognizes it as human cells. They are your own cells. So the most important thing to know is that the cancer is not trying to kill you. It's literally the opposite. It's an indication that your body has done lots of work to keep you alive. You understand? It's a drastically different paradigm shift. When you understand this, you don't see it as an enemy or as an invader. You see it as a symptom. And you ask yourself, and you ask your body, and you ask the universe, which always turns out to be the divine consciousness, what should you do? And the answer comes to you. It tells you in the Bible, it tells you in the Quran, it tells you in the Book of the Dead. Ask, and it comes. How do you think I figured out what the sun is? How do you think I figured out, first, that in order to redraw the earth to how it really should be, I would have to first figure out the sun. Because I did those 4 sun tracking sessions, and it wasn't computing. It's like, there's something, because I thought that the sun, thanks to David Weiss in Jeranism, was a local ball in the sky. And it isn't. And it was thanks to Sergei Malsev and Trevor in Australia, who simultaneously looked at the sun in the summer. So Sergei Malsev is in the Arctic Circle, and Trevor is in, I think it was Brisbane at the time, I'm not sure, in Australia. And both of them are looking at the sun at the same time. Okay? So, both of them are seeing the sun at the same time, and both of them have a compass heading to the sun, and we have the time. Okay? And it's like, that's interesting, because there was another person in Australia who also had a sight of the sun, and also had a compass, and simultaneous. And it turned out that this is what was going on from the 2 guys in Australia. And as this was going on from the 2 guys in Australia, not this, okay, parallel lines, like we know from the globe, looking at the sun, parallel lines, but at the same time, a reading from Murmansk. And the reading from Murmansk bisected these 2. So these 2 went like this, and the reading from Murmansk came across the 2, like this. Okay? That's how I saw. And then I asked the universe to show me more clearly. And it did. And when I say the universe, I'm actually talking about God. Okay? I'm just going to put it out there. I asked God, can you show me? There you go. And by the way, God doesn't talk to you in words. I'm going to tell you right now. If somebody tells you, if Rob Skiba tells you that God spoke to him in words, he's lying. God does not speak to you in words. That's schizophrenia. God does not speak to humans with words. Words require sound. Okay? They require vibration of the inner ear. There's no words. God communicates through understanding. Okay? So what God does is, you have a question, you want the answer. The way we work is, we have the question, we say what the question is, and the teacher or the master or the colleague, whoever, says words that are the answer, and you arrive at the understanding thanks to the words that have been communicated to you. God speaks to you through understanding. He gives you the understanding, you arrive at the understanding, crystal clear, and you can then test it. By the way, I'm going to tell you today, this is going to be a very good hangout, but good, very good. You're going to love this. And I don't care what time it is. I'm going to give you a spell. I'm starting a church. Not really a church. My daughter said, don't call it the church. Call it the house of. Okay? True story. I joked about this years ago with Sasha. Okay? It was going to be flat earth stuff. This is nothing to do with flat earth. This is to do with goodness and kindness. I'm starting a church. And it's going to be the house of the lost. Okay? Or the house for the lost. I think for the lost is better than of the lost. Because if it's the house of the lost, it's like, well, they're not lost, are they? The house for the lost children of God. Anybody who doesn't fit in their religion, in their culture, in their society, because they're into drugs, because they're into anything dark and negative that they are struggling with, they can come to my house where I live. I'm going to have it declared as a place of worship, which is completely legal and legit in Britain. I'm going to have this place declared a place of worship. I'm literally starting a religion that's going to be founded on the principles of Sikhism. Whatever your God is, it's the same God as mine. Okay? Like truly, I'm truly going to do this. And in order to help people, I'm going to explain to them there's going to be no praying, no sermons, no preaching. There will be songs, okay, and there will be dancing if they want to dance, because I'll be freaking dancing. But it's going to be things like LP. It's going to be songs that actually have meanings, truth to them. And if they want to join in, they can join in, but they don't have to. They will be able to eat every day a free meal here. This is a Sikh way, okay? Every day I will feed whoever comes here. Like truly, I'm going to do this. I'm going to advertise it. It costs £500 to put an advert on the radio that plays, I think it's 10 times a day. Okay? So I'm going to do this, folks. That's why I'm dropping YouTube. YouTube is a waste of fucking time. And I'm going to urge all of you watching, I'm going to say this. Think about your time. And think about what you're doing watching YouTube. What you think you're doing is gaining information or knowledge or entertainment maybe, but truly what you're doing is wasting your time. That's what you're really doing. Everything that I've said, everything that I have ever said, you could have said yourself. Like truly, you could have asked the same questions and arrived at the same answers and done the same drawings. Like genuinely, like really. Anyway, so I'm starting a church. The house of the it sounds better off. So, but I don't know. I'll have to contemplate. No, what's the word? Consider. I'll have to give it some consideration, which really means I'll have to have a bit of a dialogue and see which. But anyway, that's going to happen. So. Druggies, thieves, bad people, people that are not welcomed elsewhere. That's what I'm going to do. And obviously everybody that I'm talking about this is like, well, you're going to get robbed straight away. It's like, that's okay if I get robbed. What do you think? So what if I get robbed? Like, hello? It's like, if I get robbed, what happens? Nothing. Like, stuff robbed? Oh, okay, insurance and shit. But, so what? Everything's going to be recorded for their security and mine, okay, but mainly for their security. I will explain to them that I have a mandate from God, and if anybody robs me, I have a mandate to find them and kill them with a blow to the crown from a hammer. I'll explain that to them, and that I'm perfectly happy to go to prison for it, and then convert all the prisoners. I'm perfectly happy to do that. So, success. You see, when you're working, doing the right thing, success is guaranteed. That's why the number 13 is there in all of those shields. It means guarantee. How many number was Jesus? 12 disciples, was it? And 1. How many is that? 12 and 1. 13, is it? How many months? Moon. 13. So, anyway. Look at Martha Leeds. For understanding of success and numerology. The number 13 stands for guaranteed success because it is the number 1, which is the most powerful magic number. It's not 3, it is 1. Because there's only one. 1. 3 is 3 ones. All numbers are just 1 with more replications, more iterations, more mirror reflections of 1. There's only one thing. So, that thing has 2 facets, which is spirit and nature, or spirit and physicality, or spirit and creation, okay? But it is one thing. It's one thing. And that thing, you can, if you want to find a way of encapsulating it, is existence. There's only one existence, okay? That existence has 2 facets. One you can call God, and the other you can call Divine Mother. One is spirit and creator, and the other is water and sustenance, substance, physicality. Things that can be translated, consumed, changed. All the physicality things is part of the one called existence. Okay, God is not just a male symbol. God as a male symbol without the partner is nothing. There is nothing for it to do or be. And there's no stage at which it has actually been that, ever. It has always been the two things. And people can't get their heads around this because they don't understand time. So get my book and you'll understand time. Anyway, when you were children, you understood time. You understood infinity that way and infinity that way when you were children. But as you get older, you don't. You say, no, don't get it, don't get it. So talk to children or remember when you were a child. Anyway, back to the cancer. If you want to know how to get rid of cancer, ask, okay? And you'll get the answer, okay? Joey Rocha got rid of his cancer. He thinks thanks to Jesus, okay? And he's right if that's what he thinks. I think thanks to his wife, who starved him for 3 days and then fed him only water for about a week and then fed him only green vegan food, raw, very little. You can starve cancer away, and that's what she did. But he thinks it was Jesus. And the truth is that genuinely, and I mean this, I'm not mocking, I'm not being facetious, Joey is right. See, this is a joke in Britain. A preacher, a pastor, let's say a pastor because there's a lot of people listening in America. There's a pastor, okay, and he has a congregation and he goes for a walk along the cliff, the seaside cliff. And he's away thinking divine thoughts, he thinks, and a gust of wind pushes him over the edge, okay? But 2 dog walkers see that he's been pushed over the edge and they see he's scrabbling like Gandalf, and they rush to help and he has slipped, but he's holding on to a big root that's sticking out. He's just holding on to it. It's fine, he can hang on all day. He's comfy, he's got his legs over, he's okay. And the guys with the dog, they take the lead off the dog and they dangle it down and say, grab it, grab it. It's like, no, the Lord will save me. Okay, so they bugger off and they call the authorities. The fire brigade come and they send down a rope ladder. Come on. No, the Lord will save me. So they call mountain rescue or ocean seaside rescue, whatever. And they come with a helicopter and a guy climbs down in a harness and says, come on. And they're like, no, my faith in the Lord will save me because I know the Lord will save me. Eventually camera crews and everything turn up, persuading him to get on the ladder or whatever. No, eventually, of course, he falls and dies. So he's in heaven. And he's in front of the Lord. And the Lord's like, and the priest is like, Lord, why didn't you save me? And the Lord says, I sent you the dog walkers. I sent you the fire brigade. I sent you you see? With Joey Rocha, where he says Jesus saved me, and I say it was his wife and Jesus. Where he says Jesus saved me, and an atheist might say it wasn't Jesus, Jesus doesn't exist, it was your wife, see? He can rightly say, Jesus helped my wife heal me. The Lord said, I sent you through Jesus, your wife, to heal you. See, the same as a joke? Yeah? Right, so. Back to the cancer thing. And then I will cover that and done. Vitamin C, MMS, and then as many things as you know combat free radicals, and boost your immune system. But first, you need to detoxify. One of the things about MMS is that it actually gets rid of things that are bad for you and detoxifies you. So it doesn't just kill bad things in you and let your liver deal with them in its own time. It actually encourages your liver to get rid of them quickly. Okay? So MMS is absolutely brilliant. And vitamin C doesn't quite do the same thing, but it's also very effective. Almost the same thing, but very different avenues. So without doing so much of the destruction to bad things that MMS does. Okay, so MMS is very destructive to bad things. Vitamin C is less destructive to bad things. There are things that vitamin C will not even touch that are bad for you, but MMS will touch them. Okay, so that's how it goes. So take as many things as you know good for combating free radicals. Take as many things as you know, like you have read papers in which you have good enough faith that those people are being honest, and speak to people who know, who have used them, and speak to pharmacists. You see, pharmacists aren't obliged to the same policies as doctors, like medical doctors. Pharmacists are here, and doctors are here. You see how it works? It's like this. You go to the doctor and you say to the doctor, something wrong with me, and the doctor says, here, I'll give you this so that the pharmacist will give you something to fix you. See how it goes? It's the pharmacist that fixes you, not the doctor. You understand? Did you see how that goes? It's very simple, isn't it? The doctor has just inserted himself there. You could get rid of the doctor and go directly to the pharmacist, like you can in some countries still to this day. You go to the pharmacist diagnoses you and gives you the treatment. Fuck doctors. Anyway, so surgery. Now I will say this: surgeries are necessary sometimes. Of course, broken bones and teeth, but certain tumours you might opt to have it cut out whilst you do the treatment. But you might opt, if you have the option of having it cut out, you might opt to, considering the option is there and they can cut this tumour out, you might say, okay, well, if you can cut the tumour out a week on Wednesday, let's just suspend that and make it a month from now and see. And if it's smaller, then let's make it another month. I don't know, you see? So, but it's good that the option is there. It really is. It was a great deal that the quacks did, sequestering the actual surgeons, because the surgeons were free before, when in the days of the quacks. So when the snake oil salesman, which is what became modern Western medicine, versus the true doctors, there were the surgeons that would set bones, execute amputations and teeth operations, okay, extractions. Those were the surgeons. And between the two camps, they would work with these and work with these, okay? But these guys basically bribed them and said, look, we're going to win, got all the money, might as well come with us. And that's how we ended up with the medical system that we have now in the West. It is not the same in the East. So that's it. Detoxify, get rid, okay? Take things that you know by researching will detoxify you. Diatomaceous earth will detoxify you. DMSO will detoxify you. And when I said that this is MMS but boosted, this is MMS with 1 ml of DMSO and 1 ml of turpentine. Good Lord, wait a minute. That thing that comes from the plant that has a pine cone that looks like the pineal gland, that plant, the pine tree, makes turpentine and DMSO. That's interesting that comes from that specific plant, where the pine cone has a standalone place at the Vatican. It's almost like the secrets in the Bible or something. So, that's it. First, Open all the avenues for the waste to leave. Then take activated charcoal or 1 second, what's the name? There's a clay that works similar to the charcoal. Got it here, 1 second. Oh, I forget. Anyway, do a search for detoxifying clay and you'll find it. It works very similarly to activated charcoal. It would basically absorb and have your body to get it. It works. Basically, activated charcoal works a little bit like a chelate agent or a chelate, depending how you pronounce it. So a chelate agent is a compound that's attached to a very volatile agent like gadolinium, for instance, with sodium bicarbonate, so the body can get a hold of the sodium bicarbonate and get rid of the gadolinium. But if the body metabolizes and separates the two and uses a sodium bicarbonate, then this has no chelate and the body cannot grab this, cannot send it through the waste system. And you end up dead from gadolinium poisoning. Interesting, huh? Like happened to Chuck Norris's wife. I showed it already. I'm not going to show it again. Anyway, she didn't die though, because Chuck Norris was so wealthy, took her to Russia, had her flushed out, had dialysis, and thankfully she's better. Anyway, that's what they tried to give me. You don't know what I know, dumbass. So, first, understand that cancer is not trying to kill you. It's literally the other way around. It's a sign that your body is trying to keep you alive. Okay? Not your body's trying to kill you, not the cancer's trying to kill you. Okay? Your body's struggling to keep you alive. That's why you have a tumour. Once you understand this, you get rid of the fear and the anxiety. And you understand it more. Okay? So, when you understand it more, you have a bit more peace. When you have more peace, you have less stress. When you have less stress, you have less free radicals. All free radicals are generated due to stress, whether the stress be radioactive electromagnetic waves, or things you're taking in, or thoughts you're having, or thoughts other people are having that you're being influenced by. Okay? To be influenced by those thoughts, you have to know that those people are having those thoughts. This is why the shithead globlings write their comments, so that you know that people are having those thoughts about you. That's why they do that. They don't realize that it bounces back threefold on them. You don't have to know magic spells for karma to do that. That's what karma does. Karma loves doing that. Karma just hangs around waiting for vengeance to wreak. It's like, I'm waiting. Oh, brilliant, I could do something there because you just did that and that guy did nothing to do. Now I'm going to fuck you up. And that's what karma does. So, peace, tranquility, you have time. First, you have time. Second, you don't know what time you have. You don't know when you're due to die. You don't know the age that you're due to die. None of us know that, apart from Gordon Bennett Jr. But never mind that. That's subject for a different story. So, open all the avenues to get rid of the waste. Calm yourself down first. Calm yourself down. You don't know how long you have to live. You have cancer. You could have another 80 years of life. And you don't know. And if they tell you you've got cancer, you think, oh, how long? 7 to 21 weeks. Oh no, how scary. 7 to 21 weeks, but wait, I had this in June last year and it's now March. I think you're talking shit, you piece of shit. Anyway, I am working on not swearing so much, but with my swearing there isn't any actual proper viciousness, so there's not the nastiness that goes with the intent that's usually attributed to the kind of language that I use. Okay, even when I call Taboo Conspiracy a cunt, you know, for spreading lies about me, there's not the horribleness there. because I would feel it myself and I wouldn't say it because it's not nice, you know. So, first, understand what cancer is and what cancer isn't. 2, understand that oncologists have killed people and got away with it scot-free. Understand that. Understand that, okay? If you're going to listen to your oncologist, ask your oncologist, interrupt your oncologist and ask your oncologist how many people they have lost with the treatment that they are proposing for you. Point blank. It's your life. Don't be fucking shy. Ask the oncologist, how many people have you lost with the treatment that you're proposing for me? See what they say. They don't tell you a number. Maybe just get up, grab your things and leave without even saying goodbye. If they tell you a number, okay, they'll tell you an average. They'll say maybe a fifth, an eighth of their numbers. The vast majority of the people that they treat is successful. That's what they'll tell you. Wonderful, wonderful. But you have lost people, right? Yes, of course. Unfortunately, not an exact science. Wonderful. What's the name of the last patient whose funeral you attended? You see, a real doctor, in the days of like Little House in the Prairie, when a doctor lost a patient, the doctor was at the funeral. When's the last time there was a doctor at a funeral of the patient they killed? Not they lost, they killed through their treatment. The cancer didn't kill them, the treatment killed them, okay? Ask that. It's your life. Don't be fucking shy. I know my ex, I'm going to just say this outright. My ex, who works for the authorities, okay, she works as an actual freaking spy. She worked for Her Majesty's Revenues and Customs and would have to literally wear wigs and pretend to be different people so that she could scout places and find things, okay? Her father died of cancer. I made her 15 mil of THC oil, which she did not give him because it might offend the nursing staff. That's woman. That's why I say it's the time for fucking men. Okay? It's the time for men to say, no. Put it this way, guys. Look, we know all this stuff with vaccination. Who takes the children to get vaccinated? The mothers. Why not the fathers? Why is it not the fathers that take the children for vaccinations? Now, yes, there will be some moron, weak, womanly men who take the children for vaccinations. Sure. Why are not the courageous, honest, true men taking the children for vaccination? Because they might do what I would do, which is say, my child is normal now, doctor. Is she not? Yes. You're going to give her a vaccine? Yes. If my child is not normal after the vaccine, I will find you. I will kill every member of your family before I kill you. So go ahead and give her the vaccine. And watch the doctor fucking not give the vaccine. Just go ahead. Do that. It's your child. If you're not willing to go to prison for your child, you're a piece of shit. You're not a man. Okay? So, my child is normal now. You're proposing to give my child a vaccine. The vaccine you're proposing to give them is known to have side effects that last up to 2 weeks. After those side effects, the child will either be normal and have cancer later on in life from the vaccine you gave them now. You remember Logan's Run? Give them the vaccine if you're sure that after the 2 weeks, they will be totally fine. Because if they're not totally fine after the 2 weeks, I will be forced, I'm sorry, to kill all of your family. Starting with the children, unfortunately. And then working my way up to the parents and grandparents. And then you. And then see what fucking happens. Now, there are people out there who said, how are you not in prison with some of the stuff that you say? Because I have fucking armor of God. Don't you understand? Don't you? Look, if I was due to be in prison, there's nothing that will stop me from actually being in prison. If I was due to be dead, there's nothing that will stop me from actually being dead. If I'm going to achieve anything, there is absolutely nothing that's going to stop me from achieving that thing. I know what those things are, and I know that I'm going to achieve them. I know that nobody else is fucking doing it. It's down to fucking me, so I am going to have to fucking do it. You don't think I'd rather sit back and smoke a cigar and drink un Cuba Libre and watch other people fucking do it? Of course I would. It's a fucking pain in the ass. It's a hassle. I'd rather be fucking painting and shit. Which I am going to get back into, painting and carving and a whole bunch of other stuff. Well, if you follow my Instagram, you will see what I will be making, creating. So, cancer. That's basically it. Take as much stuff as you know is combats free radicals and detoxify. First, understand what cancer is, okay? And then have this as a routine. I said you'd have to write things down. I tell you vitamin C. I'm going to tell you a few other things. But, like I said, you don't even need to take any of them. Like, honestly speaking, I've had conversations with the universe, with the great mystery, where I've literally thought, I wish I could go back and just have the dialogue and the healing from the dialogue and the understanding without any of the stuff. I really have thought that. And then I thought, isn't all the stuff like God saying to the pastor, I sent you the dog walkers? Isn't all the stuff God saying, I healed you with the vitamin C, with the MMS? So, jokey, you can have jokes with the divine. Let's face it, nothing has a sense of humour like the divine. Who do you think invented sense of humour? Man makes his plans to make God laugh. So, best thing is, don't make your plans. Follow God's plans. Ask him, what should I do next? It's very interesting. It's very, very good, by the way. And by the way, if you're a true flat earther, you know that God is real. Okay? So the only true flat earther, the only flat earther who thinks God is not real, is just a thing, is Nathan Oakley and Anthony Riley, that I know of. Just listen to them say something positive about the great mystery. Anyway, that's not important. So, that's what you do. Now I'm going to walk you through how I was doing it. So, every hour on the hour, Jason, what I said about every hour on the hour, 25 presses, 25 sit-ups. I've actually been doing every hour on the hour things. What I was doing, no longer now, was every hour on the hour, a drink of MMS. But that's, and throughout the night, if I woke up, drink of MMS. Bottle by the bed. If I woke up, I'm awake. I don't know when I was last awake. Could have been 10 minutes ago, could have been 3 hours ago. Doesn't matter. Drink of MMS. And then you wake up, drink of MMS. But, best thing is this. When you wake up, not drink of MMS. Ideally, you wake up and you had MMS through the night, okay? If you have MMS now, you have to wait an hour before you consume something else because your consumption of something else stops the MMS being MMS. I mean, you can drink MMS because you're going to be showering and stuff and you're going to be half an hour before you consume something and the MMS is active for that half hour. That's fine. But you won't get the full benefit of the MMS, okay? And if you're working on an hourly thing, you might put off the next thing for an hour. Don't put it off for an hour, okay? For the first thing in the morning, I'm talking about. So you wake up. You've had MMS throughout the night. You had MMS the night before you went to bed. You had MMS a bunch of times the day before. In between MMS sessions, so every hour on the hour, some hours you've had MMS last hour. Now you're going to have, with me, it was 11 grams of vitamin C 5 times a day, 11 grams. It will flush your system out. And this is why you need the clay or the activated charcoal. But that's not important. The important thing is, morning, you get up. I'm going to walk you through it now. And I'm sorry that things are so scattered, but you wake up, you get up, you shower. Wait. You get up, you go into your kitchen, you drink apple cider in a glass of water, a teaspoon, un chorrito, a little bit of apple cider vinegar with the mother, which means it has not been pasteurized. That's all it means, okay? That's what with the mother means. That's what it's expressing. It has not been pasteurized, so all the enzymes are active. So, a little bit of apple cider vinegar in a glass of water. Drink it. Very good. That kicks your liver into action. Actually, that says to your liver, hey liver, you're great. And the liver goes, hey, thanks for acknowledging that. What shall we do? So that's apple cider vinegar and glass of water. You can also put a little bit of lemon juice in it if you want. Okay, that's very good too. But you don't have to. So apple cider vinegar, water, drink. You're going to go into the shower. Before you go into the shower, you're going to get some natural 100% cocoa powder. You're going to take the back of the spoon. So here's the spoon and here's the handle. You're going to take the end of the handle. You're going to dip it in. Have a little scoop, like snuff. A little scoop of chocolate powder, true 100% cocoa powder, under the tongue. You're going to leave it under the tongue and you're going to shower. And whilst you're showering, you're going to shower with no soap and no shampoo, okay? Because you don't know what's in the soap and the shampoo. Unless you've made it yourself, in which case go ahead, okay? But no soap, no shampoo. Just salt. Just salt. You're going to clean yourself with just salt. You can use Epsom salts if you want. You can use Dead Sea salt. You can use Himalayan salt. Any salt, it doesn't matter. Even crappy salt, it really doesn't matter, okay? Scrub with the salt. Rinse. And then turn the shower on to 100% cold. Remember, your body has said to you, it has been struggling to keep you alive and it needs help. You have to acknowledge to your body that you've been a bit complacent and that you're doing what you can to help it. Your body does not suffer from the cold shower. You suffer from the cold shower. Your body loves the cold shower. You don't love the cold shower. You are the one that has to now sacrifice to help your body. But I'll tell you a little trick. When you're cold and it starts to be painful, if you're cold and it's not painful, you're not cold enough. Okay? So, when you're cold and it starts to be painful, you use this mental trick. This is like a spell. And I will tell you a true spell that the Christians are going to love. Okay? This is what you do. You say to yourself whilst you're in the shower and it's hurting. Okay? So it's falling on your nape or the top of your head or somewhere and you're not moving around so that it hurts. Okay? You want it to hurt. You want it to be as powerful as possible. So you're going to wet every part of you, but you're going to do it so that it hurts, so that you can do this trick because it's for your body. You're going to say, you're cold, it's painful, and you're going to see yourself in the Sahara or the Gobi. I use the Sahara. In the middle of the Sahara, with your footprints going off to the horizon, with no shade in sight, no oasis, nothing, no water. You're visualizing yourself there. It's the middle of the day and it's a long time before night time. And you're burning and you're thirsty. You're hot and bothered and thirsty. And your idea of heaven is to be under a cold shower so cold that it hurts. And that is where you are. And your body converts what was pain into, I swear, almost orgasmic pleasure on your skin. If you listen to Arnold Schwarzenegger talking about in the documentary Pumping Iron, about when he was working out, how the pain to him was like orgasms. It's the same principle, okay? The cold that was pain to you becomes literally, and you can inspect it, and you can look for the pain, bearing in mind, it is true. If you really were in the desert, this would be your idea of heaven, and you are here. Your body is just like, oh, it's beautiful. 30 seconds, or a minute, or two, or as long as you want. No less than 30 seconds, okay? You have to feel the pain and practice the pleasure derivation. You see, mentally, you're saying to your body, I am suffering from this, but I know that you're not. I am trying to have parity with you. I'm trying to meet you. I'm trying to be in the same framework, in the same matrix. I don't want to be in pain while my body's in pleasure and I don't have access to that pleasure. It means that there's a disjunction. I want to be part of that same system. And your body goes, great, it's a pleasure. It's pleasure. Feel the pleasure. And you feel the pleasure. You genuinely feel the pleasure. I'm not joking. When you switch off the shower, you kind of hope that you could just stay more. You can stay more if you want, obviously. But you're in the shower first. You have no thoughts that are disrupting you, disturbing you, anything about the world that's bothered. No, none of those are happening when you're under the cold shower. Literally, none of them. Okay, you have a break from all of them. So that happens. And when you finish the shower, one of the things that's happening when you're showering and you're cold is you know you're cold and you know that it's going to come to an end because you're counting or because you're listening to a song and you're using that for timing or whatever it is that you're using. And it's going to come to an end, and it has to come to an end because you have to get on with your life. You have to get on with the next thing on your protocol for cancer. So you're going to come out of the shower. If you're a man, you're going to shave unless you have religious reasons not to, okay? Mentally, unless you have religious reasons not to, or you actually have dedicated yourself to growing a beard. If not that, then you shave every day. You're showing your body respect. That's why you're doing it. You're not doing it so that you're clean shaven. You might like yourself more when you've got a bit of a 5 o'clock shadow. But you're not doing things to please you. You're doing things to please your body. Remember, you're trying to help your body. So you're going to shave with just water. No shaving foam. The cold water will make your shave really easy. It's amazing, really. Anyway, you're going to shave. You're going to brush your teeth. You're going to dry. You're going to go into your kitchen. You will have bought yourself, even if it's second hand, a juicer. And you're going to make, remember you had chocolate under your tongue, now it's gone, okay? You're going to make yourself organic apple and carrot juice. And you're either going to drink this on its own, even though it has so much sugars, and cancer loves sugars. It also has easy water, and easy water destroys cancer. Cancer does not like easy water, okay? But it will only kill the very few, well, it will only kill what the capillaries can actually reach. It will only kill these and then the body gets rid, but there's all of these that the easy water will not reach, okay? It will go through, but it will only kill the ones that are right next to the capillaries, you understand? Only the ones that have direct access, that the easy water has direct access to, it will kill. The others that are far from it, it will not reach, okay? So it's a continuous, progressive improvement that you want. So, apple and carrot juice, organic. Usually I have 2, you know, because it's delicious, okay? So you make it, and this is what you do. You make it, before you clean the device, which you have to clean every time you use it, before you clean it, you pour it out. As you're pouring it out, you're watching how beautiful it is. You're noticing, and you're telling yourself, this is nectar of the gods. This is absolutely beautiful. You're thinking this, and the water in you and in that feels it and structures itself. Masaru emoto. Okay? So, this is beautiful. This is healthy. Thank you. And then before you drink it, you hold it up. You do this, okay? You hold it up because up and down has significance in the real world, okay? You hold it up and you either say out loud or you say to it and to the universe, which actually means to God and the Divine Mother, because this is Mother, okay? Everything physical is Mother. The thought that went into it and the power that went into creating it is Father, okay? You say, thank you, really meaning it. Your body hears that. Yes, I know what thank you means. The juice hears that. It's structured. You drink it. You drink the next one. Thank you, that was gorgeous. And you drink it. And then you take a whole bunch of vitamin C and all the other stuff. Or if you want, you can take the vitamin C and all that stuff with your apple and carrot juice. Up to you. For a long time I was taking the apple and carrot juice, waiting an hour, and then having a load of vitamin C and all the supplements, stuff that I gave a list of last time. I'm not going to repeat it. Apple and carrot juice, an hour later, loads of vitamin C and stuff. An hour after that, MMS, 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 until food, and then food, and then MMS, 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 loads of vitamin C, MMS, loads of vitamin C, blah, 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 blah. So that you've taken your body weight in grams in vitamin C. Use that as a mean rule, yeah? Your body weight in grams. So your kilos in grams. If you're 40 kilos, 40 grams. If you're 80 kilos, 80 grams of vitamin C. If you're having too much, you'll have diarrhea. So just knock it down 1 gram at a time until you're taking it and you don't have diarrhea. That's your optimum dose. Mine right now is 8 grams. It was 11 grams. Now, my body needs less vitamin C. Anyway, so apple and carrot juice. Now what I do is apple and carrot juice and a whole bunch of supplements with the apple and carrot juice. Telling myself and the apple and carrot juice and the minerals and supplements that this is a perfect vehicle for the minerals and supplements. Okay, so the apple and carrot juice, perfect vehicle for it. You're not disrupting the easy water. You're not doing anything. What you're really doing is you're taking the sugars that are in that, and remember, cancer likes sugar 14 times more than your most sugar-hungry healthy cells. Okay, that's how much cancer likes sugar, and it will pull it to itself. Okay, it's like screaming teenagers out of windows saying, "We want more crisps," and the social workers, "Oh, get them more crisps." Okay, so the sugar, the cancer, your body will send the sugar to the cancer like it's a stupid thing, okay? Because your body doesn't really understand that, well, not your body, the intricate little details don't understand this stuff is not so good. Maybe shut the doors and let them die, yeah? Which is what you can also do. That's part of what vitamin C does. It constricts the capillaries, equivalent to shutting the doors and letting them die. So does lamb fat. So other people are talking about vegan diets, like, really, what about lamb fat? I've beaten cancer and I'm not vegan. In fact, I've eaten almost exclusively lamb and prawns, king prawns, which have all the iodine. That's the pink. So anyway, get up, do that. So get up, apple cider, chocolate, shower, out. You're energized from the shower. You start planning your day. You feel better. You start looking better. Your family start to feel better because they see that you feel better and look better. Okay, and you MMS or whatever it is that you're doing on and out, continuous until you break the back of the cancer. Once you break the back of the cancer, which means once the tumor is no longer, or tumors are no longer painful and have started to contract or get smaller. When that happens, you have beaten cancer. You've not eliminated it altogether, but what you're doing is working. Just carry on doing it and it will carry on working. It's not, it will only work for a period and then not mysteriously it'll stop working. No, no, no. The only way that that will happen is if you incorporate some kind of emotional stress and you haven't figured out that that's emotional stress. And it will be from your family and your loved ones. It will not be from your colleagues and that you don't give a shit about. Okay? So it's important that your family are with you. If your family are not with you, you need to cut them out of your life until you have no more cancer. Truly. If your family is stressing you, they are killing you. So if your family is stressing you, cut them out. All of them. Until you've broken the back of the cancer. Then re-engage. Then explain to them why you cut them out. Okay? Remove from your life anybody who is purposefully or ignorantly causing you emotional stress. Just gone. You're dead to me. Not only are you dead, you never existed. I will not think of you. And you will not think of them. Like you genuinely won't. When you're doing this, your body goes like, yes, yes, I understand. You don't want to think about them, fuck them. Nope. And then when you've broken them back a bit, then you think, okay, now I'll explain to them. Now we'll see what's what. And then it'll turn out they were stressing you because they were stressed. They weren't purposely stressing you. They didn't know how to be with you because they were so stressed, because they thought that you were dying of cancer. You weren't following the protocols or the conventional treatments. They were truly stressed, and that was stressing you. So that's why you have to cut them out. Truly, truly, genuinely cut them. We're only talking 3 months, okay? So cut them out. Anybody who's emotionally stressing you, anyone, even if it's your children, whoever it is, cut them out until you've beaten the cancer. Or don't cut them out and suffer the cancer. That's it. And that's basically it. Get up, do this, go about your life. Now I'm going to tell you what, you know how before I said, I've had discussions, I've contemplated, basically, how it would be if I went back to square one, to January, when I started the vitamin C and all those things, and how I thought, I wonder if I could have done it just through the sheer understanding that I'm under the care of the same thing that made everything beautiful in this world. I'm under the care of that thing, and I've been actually neglecting it and slagging it off a lot. All the time, not actually slagging it off, slagging off all of the structures that have been placed there for people to have access to it, thinking that all of those structures were there to disguise it. It's like, no, I had it completely backwards. The Bible is not there to disguise the truth, neither is the Quran. None of them is there to disguise or hide the truth. The truth can't be just given to you. It can be pointed, and that's what those things do. You can't just give someone the truth. It's just not doable. You can only point to it. The person has to go to get the truth. And that's what the religious texts are. They're pointing how to go and get the truth. And the truth turns out to always be the same thing. You will die, and wake up in heaven, which is where you were, which is where you truly are. The true real you is in heaven still now, and you're just an avatar that you are playing. Okay, this is where the simulation theorists have the element of, well, kind of, that makes sense. It's because it's true, it really is true. Where they say heaven and earth and all of that. You need to understand what people are saying. But I will tell you this, guys, is 5 to 5 in the morning. I slept 3 hours last night. I'm sleeping 3 hours on average. The bags under my eyes are starting to recede. Can you see? The bags under my eyes are starting to recede. My skin is being rejuvenated. How interesting, huh? So, now I'm going to tell you what I would do if I could have my time again. Okay? Because it would not just be, obviously because of the joke, you know, I sent you the fireman. This is what I would do. Get up in the morning, have the apple and carrot juice, sorry, have the apple cider vinegar, have the chocolate, have the shower, have the apple and carrot juice, but instead of the vitamin C with it, just the apple and carrot juice, and then nothing until 7 o'clock at night. 7 o'clock, literally, by the way, well, to eat, nothing. Only water. So between morning and 7 o'clock at night, the only things that go into you, other than peace, so this or cannabis, okay, the only things between the morning and 7 or 8 at night, you choose when, it could be 9, it could be 6, okay, as long as it's the same hour every day. Between then and then, only water or black coffee with no sugar. You can put cinnamon in it. It becomes a nootropic. It elevates your thinking. Or red wine, interestingly enough. Or Japanese tea, matcha tea, which has more antioxidants than most other things. Okay, those are the things that you can have between the morning and your eating window, which lasts 1 hour. In that 1 hour, you can literally eat anything that you want. You could eat white bread alone if you wanted. It doesn't matter what you eat in that 1 hour, because the truth is this: in that 1 hour, all day you will have thoughts of what you're going to eat, and you will eat things that you know are very good for you, and your body will be telling you exactly what it wants. It really will. With me, what I was eating mainly was king prawn vindaloos, with no rice, sometimes with rice, but usually with no rice, just the king prawns, and eating the vindaloo with a spoon. Very, very hot. His capsicum kills, actually literally dissolves cancer. So that's what I was eating at night, okay? When I could eat. Because there was a period when I could not eat. Because I had tumours in my throat and I couldn't swallow. I mean, if you can't talk, chances of you eating are kind of small. If you have to sleep on one side, because if you sleep on the other side, you can't breathe, chances of you eating are kind of small, okay? But when you don't eat, your body starts to cannibalize. And it cannibalizes tumours, apart from other things. So, you have a tumour, you're going to die, you're saying goodbye to the world, and you're thinking, fuck, how I can't look after my daughters if I'm dead. Well, maybe I can, I don't know. Maybe I can be like a Jedi or something, I don't know. But you're entertaining all of these thoughts because you can't fucking speak or eat. But because this world is very clever and the divine is very clever, when you don't eat because you have tumours, your body eats the tumours, consumes the tumours. It's called autophagy. It won the Nobel Peace Prize is a crock of shit. The Nobel Prize for Biology in 2016. Autophagy. Look into it. So when you starve, your body cannibalizes, and it will cannibalize tumor. So your tumors get smaller, it hurts less, now you can eat. But you eat stuff that make your tumor smaller too. And you're small and small and small until you don't have it anymore. And then the oncologists are like, I can't compute this. And the Macmillan nurses are like, I can't compute this. And you're like, I want an appointment for the all clear. I don't think we can arrange that right now. That's the situation we're at right now in Britain with me and the cancer industry. I want the test for the all clear, and they're saying, sorry, we can't do that right now. But that's okay, because I have friends in other countries and I have family in other countries. And I can get it from there and go to them and say, look, this is a cancer marker that you thought didn't exist. Right, so this 23 hours of no food, so we're not counting the apple and carrot juice in the morning or the chocolate powder or the apple cider vinegar. We're not counting those as food, okay? The apple and carrot you should count as food if you're actually fasting properly, but you're not fasting just for fasting. You're fasting specifically for cancer. And the apple and carrot juice is very good for your immune system, for your morality, for your moral support. It's very, very good for you. And it also helps to get rid of the cancer. This comes from the Gerson system, or Gerson protocol, by the way. Max Gerson. Watch the documentaries, What If Cannabis Kills Cancer, and Cancer, the Forbidden Cures. There's a whole bunch of documentaries out there that you can watch. G. Edward Griffin is brilliant. But yeah, there's loads. You'll find loads of cures that have been suppressed and dismissed. Here in Britain, so another thing that I was taking was bitter apricot kernels or apricot seeds, which have amygdalin or B17, which literally kills cancer. And when that was proven, Britain made it illegal. That's interesting. It used to be legal. You used to be able to buy it from pharmacists and the kind of places where you can buy supplements until it was proven to kill cancer, at which point it was made illegal. You used to be able to buy peroxide at 3% so that you can then water down. That also kills cancer. But when it was discovered that that kills cancer, it was made illegal. Yeah, you can only, now in Britain, you can only buy it in higher potencies for bleaching your hair and stuff, and you have to really know what you're doing to water it down to a point where you can actually either rinse, gargle, or literally ingest it, okay? This is how it goes, you know, protectionism. We're talking cancer industry. We're talking murderers, okay? Cancer industry are murderers. Remember this, keep this in your mind all of the time, because it's true. The cancer industry is a murder industry. It is a murder industry that passes itself off as but we heal lots of people. How many did you kill? Forget the people that you healed. They might have been healed without your intervention anyway. But how many people did you kill that would not be dead if you'd not intervened? That's what we're talking about with cancer. So now I'm going to wrap up soon, but I'm going to go into the chat, look at the comments, especially the highlighted ones. But before that, I'm going to tell you a little spell. See, earlier I was saying all stories can be interpreted by the mind that wants to interpret the story in a specific way, and it be correct, and it match the interpretation, and it be true. and not coincidence, okay, and not projected, you know. So when I was saying that, I was leading to, there are things written in religious texts that are written in non-religious texts that are spoken about in the real world by people in normal day-to-day life that are in the non-religious text and that are in the religious texts. So when the normal people going about their life read a religious text and see a parity with their life, or they read a non-religious text and see parity with their life, it's because there is parity with their life. They're not inventing that parity. It is there. It really is there. Okay? So, for instance, is this. The Tower of Babel about leaving upwards. Not doable. It's in the Bible. You think that NASA would have figured this out, or the Jet Propulsion Laboratory before NASA would have figured this out when they tried to go out, up, and they couldn't. So, Operation Fishbowl. They couldn't. Like, yeah, you know, it's in the Bible, right? You can't that way. Not physically. I mean, so, one second. Oh, okay. Oh, yes. Right, so, parity between religious texts, non-religious texts, mythologies, and just everyday life. Okay? If you don't see the parity, it's you that's blind. It's not because the parity is not there. Okay? And just because you don't see something, truly it doesn't mean that it's not there. There are radio signals right now, like David Icke has explained. You don't see them, but they're there. Okay? That you don't see your dead parents and grandparents does not mean they're not there. Okay? When you don't see your children or your car, it doesn't mean that it's disappeared and no longer exists. It means you just can't see it. So if you can't see your ancestors, it's not mean that they're not there. It just means you can't see them. So one of the ways that I've been healed is my father and my grandfather and my uncle all died of cancer. Okay? So when I've been thinking, my lamb has gone, but the MMS is over there, and I'm a bit tired, and a bit, it's exhausting, every hour MMS, you know. And I say to myself, I'll get it in a minute. And something says, really? Not now? That, and it's not an actual voice, okay? Like, yeah, okay, yeah, I'll get it now. Okay, that comes from my father, and from my grandfather, and from my uncle. And you don't have to believe it, but the truth is, I really couldn't give a fuck whether or not you believe it, truly, you know. The church that I'm going to set up, and now I'm going to go and read, because I was going to go into some of the ways that you can find the parity between the Bible, the Quran, the Greek mythologies, and the Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion. I was going to show the parity, but I'm not going to. Oh, in order to show the parity between what they explain and what I have gone through and what everybody who has fought and won cancer has gone through. It's not just me. I'm not psychotic. Come on. Everybody who has fought cancer and won has been into the wilderness and has been saved. Okay? Understand? That's what being in the wilderness and coming out of the wilderness is explaining. That's what that is about. That's what the river Styx is. That's what the ferryman is. That's what Hades is. That's what all of those things represent and try to explain when you're going through very hard circumstances and you come out a lot stronger because you went through those very hard circumstances. Best thing to do really is read Nietzsche. Then you don't need to read all of the religious texts because he condenses everything. Anyway, So, this spell, I'll just tell you the spell, then I will read the chat and then I will quit. Because I'm a little bit, I'm flagging a bit. Gandalf is super powerful hero. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a spell that you can test right now, today, truly, and see that it actually works. Sorry, what's this about spells, Antonio? Have you been watching Harry Potter? Wait, you mean that right now in society there's a big movement about magic actually maybe being real? And we're not talking the witchcraft, which is just as real as all of the religious magic. Yeah? Like literally, it is all the same hand. Including the spirit cooking. Okay? You heard right. The spirit cooking, it is the same hand. It's not some other hand. Don't think that God doesn't know that there's people going around doing spirit cooking and that you don't fully understand what spirit cooking is about. You think, spirit cooking, they're taking someone's spirit, they're cooking it and they're eating it. Ew, that's got to be evil. Really? Are you sure? Are you sure that that's what it is? Are you sure that they're not using their spirit and it is their spirit that is cooking? Are you sure that's not what it is? You're not sure, are you? When you look into something and you really don't know what's going on and you're hearing other people telling you what's going on, best you just simply stop looking at it altogether, because you're just going to be, your opinion of that thing is going to be coloured by what the people who are telling you that they know, even though they don't, those people telling you that they know is going to colour your opinion. So best just leave it alone and get on with your life, have fun, do nice things, stop looking at negative shit all the time. Right, so a preface. Gandalf is super powerful. I mean, he either comes back from the dead or didn't quite die, one or the other, okay? In truth, it explains he dies and then he's brought back to life to continue his mission, okay? Gandalf was reluctant to come to Earth in the first place. He didn't want to. He was asked to come to Earth as the leader of the mages, of the wizards, okay? Or the sorcerers, of the magic guys. And he turned it down. He said, no thanks. And then there was a second effort to bring magic beings to this Earth. And because Gandalf had turned down the leadership role, they gave the leadership role to Saruman, who knew that Gandalf had turned it down. And Gandalf said, okay, well, if somebody else is going to be the boss, because Gandalf is Omega, just like I am Omega. See, Matt Powerland is Alpha. Eric Dubay is Alpha. I am Omega, okay? Saruman is Alpha. Aragorn is Omega. Gandalf is Omega. Look into the Omega. The Omega has the same qualities as the Alpha, but they don't have the desire to lead. They'd rather just do their own thing because their thing is more important than whatever it is that the Alpha and their army is doing. That's the difference between the Alpha and the Omega. And when in the book it says, I am the Alpha and the Omega, you understand what he's saying. He is active and leads, and he sits back and watches and does things that don't involve the Alpha. That's what that is saying. I am the Alpha and the Omega. Okay? It's in the freaking Bible. I am Omega. I don't like people following me around. I don't like being in a big team where I'm the leader. I would rather somebody else be the leader. If I'm going to be in a team, it's because I want to be in the team and participate. No frigging decisions and all that shit. No. If it gets to the point where things are a bit shit, I fucking fuck you then. I'll go back to being my Omega. I'm Omega. All artists are Omega. Every single one of them. Matt Powerland is Alpha. His temperament is Alpha. But his art is Omega. All artists that are real artists, and Matt Powerland is a real artist, all artists who are real artists are Omega. If they were not Omega, they would not be artists. They would be artisans who repeat what other people do. but they would not be artists. Okay? I hope you understand that. So, Gandalf, super powerful. Okay? We're talking power, we're talking spells, and we're talking magic. Gandalf, very powerful. Wait. Let me sort my lips out. Whenever I think about it, it comes out wrong. I can only do it naturally when I don't think about it. When I do it kind of spontaneously. Why am I whistling? Why am I whistling like that? Because whistling like that is a magical act. Don't believe me? Ah. Oh, I'm sorry about this, guys. There you go. I didn't think so much then. Whistling like that is an actual spell. What's the term for somebody who brings attention to something, to brings everyone's attention to something, not to themselves, to something? What's that person called? A whistleblower, isn't it? Okay. How does Gandalf call Dagnabbit? Silver, the horse. I've forgotten the horse's name. Some of you will know. How does Gandalf call the horse, which is miles away? Shadowfax. How does he call him or her? He whistles. When you're in the street and you hear that whistle, you turn to see who has done that whistle. Everybody does. It's instinctive. So learn that whistle. It will be important in your future. Men especially, and lesbians. Women in general, female, that's an insult. Women who are straight and not lesbian, don't bother learning it. Okay? It's a bit of an insult to men for you to learn it. If you're a lesbian, not an insult at all. Okay? I hope you understand. If you don't, talk to a lesbian who can whistle and let her explain it to you. Right, so whistling. Really? Now, that's in the Lord of the Rings how Gandalf calls Shadowfax. How does Aragorn instill fear in his enemies? He shouts, Elendil! The guy who cuts off the ring from the baddest enemy ever. Okay? Elendil. Geronimo brought fear to the 7th Cavalry and to the American soldiers back in the days of the Indian Wars. The shout Geronimo brought fear to them. The Muslims who are actually in religious wars, where they know that they're in a religious war, and it is true that they really are in a religious war, they call his name. And that's why they win. Because when you're in a religious war, you're really in a religious war. And you're really under God's wing. Doesn't matter what you call that God, it is only one, it is the same one. So, Gandalf, super powerful wizard. Okay, magic. Great. Merlin. British mythology. Merlin Very powerful, but nowhere near as powerful as Gandalf. What other wizards are there that are kind of historically mythological wizards? There's the three mages in the Bible, the three wise men. In Spanish, they're called Los Reyes Magos, the magic kings, or the Magi kings. They were the Magi. It means magicians, wizards, or sorcerers. Although magician and wizard and sorcerer is not the same thing, but I'll explain this in a minute. Oh, I know one. Bremelin the Mage. Who's that? Have you heard of the Kybalion? Have you heard of Kabbalah? Have you heard of Abraham? The mythological character that's supposed to have created Judaism. That was a Bremelin the Mage. Or Hermes of hermetic, as in seal entirely, completely sealed. Hermes, very powerful wizard, very powerful wizard. So who's more powerful, Gandalf or a Bremelin the Mage, who was Abraham when translated into a story for biblical reasons, who was a real person who really walked around, okay? A Bremelin the Mage, really, the Kybalion really exists. It's not generated by a computer. Kabbalah really exists. It really works. That's why people use it. So who's more powerful, Gandalf or a Bremelin the Mage or Merlin? Merlin we can kind of dismiss. Who else did we say? The three wise men, but not so much. So who would be the most powerful of all of the wizards or sorcerers? I'm going to ask in the chat now, okay? I'm going to just 2 minutes, and this is all a preamble to me telling you a magic trick. It's not a magic trick, it's actually a spell which you can actually say, or you can use as an incantation, which means you say it to yourself internally, you don't vocalize, okay? That's an incantation. You're singing inwardly. That's what incantation literally means, okay? So, I'm looking in the chat. Write who you think the most powerful of all, sorcerers or magicians, not magicians, sorcerers or wizards that you've ever heard of. I am 26. I see you explaining something to Orphan Red. I really appreciate what you're doing, you know, explaining it. It looks like you've learned something from it, and that's really good, because she definitely has. So I'm now asking you guys, King Arthur, yes, but he wasn't a magician. But yes, King Arthur too, you know, in the wilderness, and then takes up the mantle of his future, his truth, his real thing. Harry Potter, thank you for Harry Potter, yeah, very powerful magician. Voldemort, Crowley, God, that guy was such a charlatan, but good, thanks for offering it. The Beast, immortal, really? Where is he? So, Wizard of Id or Wizard of Oz? Yeah, no, not powerful. Albus Dumbledore. Okay, so all the guys from, what's it? Harry Potter. Great. Other. Who is the most supremely powerful wizard or sorcerer? When I tell you, you'll go, oh, and then you will see and then you will see. Wizard of Oz. I'll wait just a couple more minutes, okay? Think, guys, think. Most powerful Innovix. Jesus is the most powerful wizard or sorcerer ever. Alan Walker, I see what you wrote. Hermes Trismegistus, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Hermes, who's also Bremelin the Mage, it's the same guy. And that's also, yeah. So yes, the most powerful of all. The most powerful imaginable wizard or sorcerer, necromancer, elementalist, is Jesus. And you've not noticed that. In the Bible, it's telling you there was this guy. It's not really true, okay? It's just telling you it is possible, okay? There was someone who could, well, bring people back from the dead, create things out of the thin air, spellbind. So sorcerers would spellbind with words, okay? Spellbound. He's not shouting at the crowds. He's talking at a normal volume, and the thousands of people are all hearing him. A bit like Saruman. He talks calmly. He puts them in a spell that enraptured. He flies. Don't forget this, guys. Jesus flies. You've forgotten this, haven't you? You know that he levitates when he walks over the water. People, no, it's a reflection of the sun. Like, no. That's that interpretation if you choose. It's saying walking on water, something that you would think would be impossible. That's the point of the story. There are things that you would think would be impossible, like killing cancer without the treatment, that are not impossible. You think walking on water would be impossible. Here's a story of a guy walking on water, just to explain that. So, most powerful of all wizards, sorcerers, magicians, Jesus Christ. Power over death, immortal, indestructible, eternal, directly related to the Creator. In fact, an embodiment of the Creator. And every magician every wizard, sorcerer who dedicates themselves to the true goodness of life is dedicating themselves to the true goodness of God and is the equivalent to Jesus. That's the story, that's the point. That's why he keeps saying, I am the Son of Man. Call me the Son of Man. Call me the Son of Man. You are Son of Man. What are the Son of Men saying about me? So, brings people back from the dead. Cures diseases by just touching. Generates food. Changes wine to water. Levitates over waters. Calms down storms, so he's also an elementalist. Transfigures himself into bright white like Gandalf and Saruman. And ultimately flies up slowly into the sky. Don't forget that part of the Bible. That's the last Jesus is seen. Is the ascension into the sky. With lots of people seeing it in the story, okay? Jesus is the epitome, the zenith, the apex, the ace, the elite of sorcerers, magicians, elementalists, wizards, necromancers, all of the magics. He is the epitome, the culmination, there's no higher than Jesus. So, when you need control, call on Jesus. So I'm going to tell you the spell, and then I'm going to tell you how you can test it. And you can really test it, okay? When I tell you the spell, you'll laugh. When I came across it, my God, It's known. It's like the Harry Potter spells. Spells that are known, but people don't use them. Okay. First, I'm going to tell you how to try it, how to test it. And at the end of it, I'll tell you what the actual spell is. It's very simple. 4 words. Okay. You won't forget them. Okay. It's emblazoned in car stickers. Okay. Bumper stickers. But this is how you test it. Because you have to test it somehow. Okay. I've tested this in lots of different ways. I'm not going to test it now because I don't want to. Basically, I've done it so many times. But you test it at home yourself. Okay. All human beings who spin over and over and over and then stop suddenly will have an element of nausea or dizziness or the world rotating a bit after you've stopped. Okay? So this is Item 26. Can he be classed as a sorcerer? Yes, he certainly can. Sorcery is spellbinding through words. And does he spellbind through words? Does Jesus spellbind through words? Ask yourself that, Item 26. So, this is what you do to test this spell. You spin, 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 spin. Like really spin more than you know is good for you. And then you stop still. Then you watch. Okay? You might be a bit nauseous. I hate spinning. I've never really liked spinning over and over. You stop and you'll see the nausea, it's your inner ear basically telling you what's going on. A combination of your inner ear, the sense, and your brain trying to match the sense with what's actually there. Okay, that's what the nausea is, what the dizziness is. So try it. Just spin and spin and spin. Okay, and stop, and you'll be nauseous. Not very nice. Okay, wait a couple of minutes. And then do it again. And you will see it happens again. In fact, it happens more the second time because you've become a little bit sensitive from having done it the first time. Okay? So do it the first time. Make yourself dizzy. Stop. Wait until you're back to normal. No longer dizzy. Look around to make sure you're fully no longer dizzy. Then do it again. You get dizzy again and like, oh, stop. Now you're going to use the spell. What you're going to do is, you're going to do the same thing. And this time when you stop, and you're going to stop stock still every time you stop, okay? Or as stock still as you can. You're going to spin. The third time is the time that you should be the dizziest of all. The first time makes you more sensitive. The second time is easier for you to get dizzy. The third time should be easier still. And it will be easier still. After 3 or 4 turns, you'll already be dizzy, okay? Do it a lot the third time. Not so much that you fall over and hurt yourself. Please be careful where you're doing this, okay? So, spin the third time, and when you stop, the minute you stop, the second you stop, open your eyes, see the world move, rotate, and say out loud or to yourself, Jesus, take the wheel. And watch the world go whoop, and stop dead still. I've made a video of me dancing. I've called it Cancer Size. I was going to make it into a series. I'll do it on Instagram instead of YouTube, okay? Of me doing it. Spin, 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 spin. Still, stop. This is what I do in the video. I spin over and over and over and over and over and over. I then stop. I say it to myself and then I go, and I stand dead still on one leg. Try it. Jesus, take the wheel. Why Jesus? Because it's the epitome, the most highest of all of the magical qualities, elements, things that there can be. He is a symbol of the most powerful thing that could be, that humans could have real access to, direct access to. We don't have real physical access to God. I mean, wait. We never don't have it, we just don't know how to, okay? But Jesus, the whole point of him being flesh and bone, is to say there was direct access to him. There is direct access to it. Do it. Do it, guys. Try it out. I've done it on my bicycle, whereas we go a bit like that with no hands. Ooh, balance, okay? And you can say, oh yeah, no, that's just you. Like, no, no, no. How is this doing with a spin? Try it. Try it. Ah. So, folks, there you go. That's your spell. Now I'm quickly scrolling back through the chat to see comments that were Nikki Laws, a long time. Nikki Laws writes, I'm not sure who you're writing to. Hi friend, how are you? How long are you going to fast? Will you be posting this so I can watch from beginning? Yeah, this is staying, Nikki. This is staying. How am I? I've just beaten cancer, stage 4 metastasized cancer, diagnosed in March. Actually metastasized the previous June 8th actually, when I took myself to hospital, and then again in January, and then diagnosed in March, and now it's gone. 0 conventional treatment. Okay. Where can I get MMS? Look for it. Chuck the can up. Yeah, anyway, so I'm now scrolling. I don't know how far back the chat can go, because I know there were some comments from Jason Rogers and I don't see them now, but I'm just now scrolling. I will just see what comments there are, and then I will quit. I will bid you all good luck. I will urge you all, like John Irving urged all of the free men on the land to quit being free men on the land. I, as a sincere, true, serious flat earther, I'm urging all of you guys to drop the flat earth. Just drop it from your vocabulary. Drop it from your thoughts. Just drop it all together. Wait for people to come to you and try to explain to you. They will try, I mean, it'll be guys who are feeling a little bit, if you haven't spoken to them about it, they come up to you and go, no, I was watching this funny thing about the earth being flat. To see your reaction, the way that we've been doing it to people. Okay? So, wait for the world around you to come and tell you about the flat earth. And say, oh, tell me about it, and have them tell you about it, and then, right, okay, so, say, I used to follow Antonio Subirats, who redrew the map of the earth, who defined the sun, properly defined the sun. And then you can tell them, okay, and they will feel welcomed, but don't go around telling people about the earth being flat. Just simply quit it, drop it. There's enough information there. You don't have to. It doesn't make you happy, you know it, okay? It doesn't make you happy, so don't do it. Let them find it on their own, the way that you found it on your own. And this comes from me, who've been doing this for 5 years, and I'm now quitting. So, go and have fun, enjoy your lives, love well, and live well. Wait a minute. I'm going to read Flat Earth Reset, just to show just something a little bit interesting. So, Flat Earth Reset writes, wow, red lipstick, a red wig, and a few Botox injections, and you got Patricia Steer? I don't understand that. I hope this massive weight loss isn't due to not being able to afford food because of the pandemic. Writes Flat Earth Reset. No, no, no. Listen, what's your name? Stuart, whatever it is. Who you really are, that I know who you are. Room painter, whatever it was, that thing. You're that guy. I know you're that guy. You were interviewed by Nathan Oakley, and you called yourself Flat Earth Reset. And now you're called Flat Earth Reset. And Nathan Oakley says, no, it's not you. Jerry Nissim says, no, it's not you. And I'm like, yeah, look, you guys are complete charlatans, scumbags, and it is him, and you're saying that it's not him, to try and cover for him a little bit, okay? So I know. James Stewart? No, what the heck. Whatever your name is, okay? Flat Earth Reset. I hope this massive weight loss isn't due to not being able to afford food because of the pandemic. No, no, no. This massive weight loss is due to me having fought cancer, stage 4 metastasized In March, diagnosed in March. Stage 4, metastasized. Prognosis, 7 to 21 weeks of life. Flat Earth reset. Did you hear? I kill cancer. Do you kill cancer? Shadowfax, Dix5012, thank you for that. It came before I read it, but so I'm looking for comments that were highlighted to me. Harmon Walker, Mickey Mouse and the Sorcerer's Apprentice. Yeah, but no. Suspicion. Oh, there's one. You're still publishing your new book? Yes, I'm 26. Yes, I am. Still publishing the new book. What gives cancer is all the glyphosate contained in plants. I'm now carnivore, feel much better. Jeff Lee Bass. Look, the stuff that is being put out there that is known to cause so much stress to the human body that the human body ends up developing cancer. That's how it goes, okay? Including glyphosates. And look, the same people who make the cancer treatment make the fertilizers and the pesticides that cause cancer. Dan W, how you doing? Dan Winfield, that is. Curry, dude. Curry, soon. On me. Yeah, sorry guys, I don't see comments from earlier. I've looked at all the comments, so that's it, folks. I'm going to bid you all goodbye. Good luck. Be well. Be happy. Share this. Don't share this. If you get cancer, deal with it yourself. Don't be a bitch to your ignorance. The oncologists rely on you being a bitch to your ignorance. So do not be a bitch to your ignorance. Instead, make your ignorance graduate to wisdom and knowledge. Did you get my email about the sunset a few hours ago? Dirty Sam Squanch? I did not. I mean, I might have, I don't know. I have not seen it, is the answer. So it might be there. For some reason, I have so many more emails than is normal from flat earthers communicating with me, stuff that they've come across that is either confirming stuff that I've written in the Book of the Sun, stuff I've discussed, stuff I've shown, or even things I haven't even contemplated. Just really, like for instance, George Smith about hurricanes and magnetism and the link between the two. I hadn't even that thought hadn't crossed my mind. Just lots of really good stuff. But please, if you want to communicate with me by email, my email is antoniosubirats.arts. But I'd rather communicate with you about health than about the flat earth. I'm bored of the flat earth. It's finished. It's over. The earth is flat. NASA knows it. The army know it. The military, all the guys who need to know. Okay? And this pandemic, part of the reason for the pandemic is to show the other pond that we are worth saving. Okay? That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying to people. Even if you know it's a crock of shit, and even if you know that they're just using the fact that we have a cold, that colds happen, they're using that to frighten people into behaving, even though you know that that's all a crock of shit. Participate. Join in. Show that you get the message. I'm going to physically show that I'm being considerate to other people. That's all you're doing. You're not kowtowing to the authorities. You're not obeying. All you're doing is you're showing to other people who might be afraid that you have them in consideration, that you're being considerate of them. That's all they're asking of you. Think. That is literally all that's being asked of you. But if it makes you anxious, then don't. Then don't participate. But all of the countries that say you have to wear masks, all of them, even Spain, which is very, very harsh, you have to wear a mask walking around the street in Spain. Even there, if you have a health condition, you don't have to. Okay? So, not quite so evil. Thank you very much, Jason Rogers, for all the emails and the I Dream of Jeannie and everything. I'm new here, sorry you're going. Good luck to you, Antonio, all the best. Karen Smith, thank you very much. I appreciate that. There's a lot of good content, but guys, seriously, guys, if you can, just get off YouTube. Just watch YouTube for comedy value and for happiness, not for information and not for intrigue, and certainly not for dark conspiracies. Just don't. Just don't. There's a lot more to life. How many dark conspiracies have you gone down that rabbit hole and it turned out the whole of it was a crock of shit? So all of that time was just bullshit. How much? So that's it, guys. Thank you very much for your Thank you very much for your time. I just read Jeff Lee Bass. I'm happy you beat the cancer, Antonio. Thank you very much. I just read that and I just said, thank you for your happy. So thank you for your time. And that's it, guys. I'm going to miss you. I am going to miss you. Communicate with me through things. I mean, if something ridiculously good happens, flat earth wise, yeah, feel free to tell me. But I will not be keeping up with it until I prove and set up the bet, which is what Matt Powerland said he was going to do, but then didn't do. So I'm going to do it. Buenos Aires, knock knock. Oleiro Landucci, explícame. To Cape Town. I won't be going into the port of Cape Town. We'll just be like, boom, we're there. I'm not going to Cape Town. It's too volatile. But we'll be getting there. It's like, oh, look how long it took. Look what speed we were doing. Look what the distance is. Goodbye, Globe. And with bets through William Hill, which is the biggest betting system here in Britain, I'm already in dialogue with them. I do things that I say I'm going to do. Jason Rogers, by the way, if you're anywhere near Michigan, I'd love to meet you too. Or near, Las Vegas or Nevada or Utah. Right, guys, thank you very much for your time. I really am quitting now. Thanks. Bye. Good luck.